For canto, staking aside and love. Chop money in marriage is a celebration of love, and the grassroots groove, yeah, staking aside and love. So dance to the melody and as the music play. Chop money in marriage is heart banding, in harmony and unity. They find the way with the grassroots. Guiding them every day, so drop money. Drop money. Drop money. No get holiday. Drop money. No get holiday. Drop money. Chop money da school ya ye koi obiaraji chop money da chop money da sumje be fie e di odo ba warem e ya fo chop money da sumje be fie e no ne ma no pepa enti chop money e di odo ba warem. Chop money, oh, and no name, no paper. Ain't see Boga Bay, Soja Bay, Driver Bay, Teacher Bay, Adiati, Odinani, it's the Adiati, Obera inside. Chop money, no get holiday. Chop money, no get holiday. Chop money. Water no get me. Water no get me. It's good for everyone. If you fight them unless you won't die. Water no get me. Water no get me. It's good for everyone. It's your Namayango. It's your Nyatampo. It's your Nyatampo. It's your Yemobia. It's your Nyatampo. If you fight them unless you won't die, water no get me. Water no get me. It's good for everyone. If you fight them unless you won't die, water no get me. Water no get me. It's good for everyone. Water no get enemy. If you fight water, unless you won't die. Grassroots band. And then you break tiaso my uncle, tiaso, na me do for return you, tiaso, na I worry cool you, tiaso, na me call me do for return, tiaso my uncle, truck driver, tiaso my uncle, na me do for return you, me do return me, truck driver, tiaso na me nyabrio. Truck driver, tiaso my uncle. Na me do for return you. Me do return me. Baby, it's your return. If you are reborn, my can't to me once so say, me call me the fifi. It's your return. If you are reborn, my can't to me once so say, me call me the fifi. It's tiaso, my embo. Tiaso, na me do for return you. Tiaso, and you be gonna miss you. Tiaso, na me call me the fifi. Tiaso, my uncle. Truck driver, tiaso my uncle. Na me do for return you. Me do return me. Tiaso my uncle. Tiaso, truck driver, tiaso my uncle. Tiaso manisi, na me do for return you. Me do return me. Truck driver. Thank you. Hey, we are brand new, bro. Silver. Welcome to Africa, welcome to Ghana, the land of gold, the land of silver, the land of rich culture. So, welcome to Ghana. Hey. Welcome to Africa, welcome to Ghana. Welcome to Africa, welcome to Ghana. Welcome home. Ghana is home. Welcome to Africa.
Hello everyone, happy Friday! You are welcome to the Friday edition of Breakfast Daily. We're excited to be here with you this morning, and we want to say a very big thank you to the band for, starting up our morning and giving us the energy to go on with this show. As you all know, this is a very interactive show and you can join in at any time. Feel free to send in your messages, your questions, and your, messages to your loved ones via the WhatsApp number on the screen. If you're watching us on YouTube, you can use the comments section. Just leave it right there and we will get to read it on the show. My name is Chris Carter.
And I'm Philip Nilati. Of course, we started with a band like Chris made mention of, just for us to get the whole groove on. It's a Friday, and you would want to also stay close to your television set, where we'll bring you a lot of issues happening within the country, and the conversation will be generating here. So please, like she indicated, it's very interactive. You would want to join us with your thoughts, submissions, and comments via our WhatsApp line 0204447033. And of course, we are going to read it loud and clear for you. But we just want to start with the Eat Ghana rice campaign that we are pushing here on Channel 1 TV and City 97.3 FM. We've always been saying that patronize what is made in Ghana. So support Ghana with your fork and spoon. And also, your meal can be made in Ghana, and your meal can make Ghana stronger. So support what we are doing here on Channel 1 TV and also City 97.3 FM. And of course, we are not doing this alone. It's in partnership with Agri Impact, MasterCard, and 24-Hour Economy. So make sure that you patronize what we have been bringing you in this country, just because we want to create jobs, we want to end food glut, and we want the farmers to also be motivated to do what they are doing. So the power to build Ghana is right on your plate. And
we also want the money to stay in the country. It's very important to actually remind them that we want the money to stay in the country. And also, apart from that, the food is healthy.
Yeah.
It's super healthy. It's less preservatives. In fact, there are no preservatives when you actually support the homegrown meals. There are no preservatives. You're not going to worry of issues when it comes to sicknesses and all that. You're not even going to hear issues of, oh, we have recalled this batch of whatever, because it's definitely organic. So please support them, and at the end of the day, you are still going to be putting, money to the farmers' pocket, which is very important, because these people go through so much to churn out, the amount of food that they churn out for us to just ignore it. So it's important that we all make this a collective effort and support them. Anyway, we also like to remind you that the Channel 1 News app is live. So please go out there and download it. All you need to do is go to the Google Play Store and download the Channel 1 News app. And the exciting thing is that you're going to stay updated with all the news and information that we have for you. When we talk about news, you obviously know that we come with the real authentic news, and we also spend our time telling your own stories. So definitely you should go out there and download the Channel 1 News app. And also, you don't have to worry that, oh, it might not work outside. Of course, you know how the internet works. As long as you have the app, or as long as you have downloaded the app, it will work anywhere you are. You can find yourself in Antarctica, you can find yourself in Greenland, you can find yourself in America, in the US, in Europe, anywhere. All you need to do is just have it, and with an internet access, you will be able to get every update you need in Ghana and beyond via the Channel 1 News app. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen, for the reminders that we have for you this morning. So let's get straight into the papers. What do we have on the front page of the papers? You start.
Okay, so on the front page of the Inquisitor, we have OKMB, that is Osei Mensah Bonsu, Blast Kennedy, and yesterday all 5 candidates for the upcoming flag bearer race election were at the Peace Pact signing ceremony that was held here in Accra, and the former president Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo was there. He delivered his speech together with the executives of the New Patriotic Party. So by January 31, we'll know who becomes the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party. And MPA won't scrap fuel price floor policy. This is coming from a Director of Economic Regulation and Planning at MPA, Abbas. Also, Otunfo meets business leaders, Dr. Amwa Aban, others present. And also, Mantiao flags Duke's PA over Gold Board's gold refinery agreement. This and more you can find on the front page of the Inquisitor.
All right, on the front page of the Herald here, we have crying baby Ken Ejapong begins NPP 2026 peace pact on shaky note. And we have US-based old boys deliver $100,000 gates to Bishop Herman College amid calls for wider rehabilitation. NACOC boss unveils committee to tackle drug trafficking. Late MP's wife cites faith, service and public appeal in by-election bid. And Accra High Court chases President Cheddar for $14.9 million US judgment debt.
On the front page of the Ghanaian publisher, NGOs back salary freeze for absentee doctors. This story, I saw another one yesterday that the Upper East Regional Minister has complained that out of 25 doctors who have been posted to the region, only one has reported. So it tells you that there's a problem there.
Wow.
And out of 25, only one has reported. On the front page of the Ghanaian publisher still, the NPP is bigger than any aspirant. This is from ex-president Akufo-Addo yesterday when he was at the Peace Pact yesterday. And also Apenyo Makin, who is the minority leader, warns MPP, unite or lose 2028 elections. And you can see Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia on the page at number 3 for the elections that will be held January 31.
All right. And on the front page of the Daily Guide, we have MPP flag bearer race candidates sign peace agreement. Peace, not accidental, and that's by the minority leader Apenyo Marking. Mustafa Hamid drops fight against OSP charges. And lastly, I believe Oforiatta will return, and this is by Gabi.
The Insight newspaper, Mahama warns African leaders, says dependency on the West a trap, not sovereignty. The Yankee empire is in irreversible decline. Cubans respond to Donald Trump's threats. NPP presidential aspirants commit to peace pact ahead of January 31 primary. Behind the scene of medical Kalabule, alleged claim of coordinated scheme against that is Ghana DG emerges. That is Ghana City DG emerges. I think it has to do with Ghana City and dollar emerges. This one too. The Foreign Commission Deputy CEO targeted for defending Ghana's forest. You can see the Elikem Kotoko, who has also been coming here on the show most times. Why regulation matters. Dr. Amega speaks on the future of African herbal brands. This and more you can find on the page or the front page of the Insight newspaper.
All right. On the front page of the Chronicle, police reject $20,000 cocaine bribe. Arrest suspect transporting substance worth 1.032 million Ghana cedis in Nigerian registered car. And you can see the suspect there. His name is Charles Adekunle. And of course, we can see the car there. Dangerous fishing in Afram Plains. Hooks endanger humans instead of fish. When I read this, I'm like, trouble, no, they finished. So we are always like, there's always something going to be coming up, even when you're trying to fish for your daily bread. But then looking at the story, it's actually very important that government should look into this, because this is not just endangering adults, even children jumping to that water and all that. So 6 remanded over 7.5 million Ghana cedis at the Barca gold robbery. Retraction and apology. Tokone's removal is questionable. Justice Nene Amegache.
On the front page of the Ghanaian Times, President Mahama calls for African unity to spark renaissance, or that is rebirth. And medical examination before visa mandatory for Hajj 26 pilgrims. This is coming from Puag. And also 5 NPP presidential aspirants signed peace pact to accept results. Very important. We'll get into the story shortly. 58 of Ghanaians optimistic about Ghana's direction. This is IEA survey reveals Ghana attracts 152.1 million Ghana cedis FDI in 2025. This is coming from the GIPC. And this is it on the front page. But let me get into this one straight before we go on to the news portals with the page 12. That has to do with the peace pact from the NPP side. That is the presidential candidate for the January 31 elections that is going to happen here, or is going to happen in the country to bring out a flag bearer for the party. So it has to talk with the peace pact that the 5 presidential aspirants of the New Patriotic Party have signed a memorandum of understanding in Accra, committing themselves to support whoever emerges as the party's flag bearer after the January 31 presidential primaries. Per the MOU, the aspirants pledged to accept the outcome of the election as a valid, authentic, and binding expression of the will of the delegates and collection decision of the party. They further committed themselves to promoting peace and cohesion and remaining loyal to the party regardless of the outcome of the presidential primaries. Well, we've seen this in the country before, where there was a peace pact that was signed, but during the election, one individual says that I'm going to give you showdown. I just hope and pray that everything is going to go as has been indicated. And yesterday, the IGP made mention of the fact that there's going to be total security that will be put down for the elections, except for Boko, where he also made mention that they would have some military deployment there. Jude Mensah Duncan had an extensive conversation with the IGP yesterday. And it tells you that everything is set for the elections that will be happening a few days from now, because today is 23rd. So just about 7-8 days from today, the NPP delegates will be going to the polls to elect a flag bearer for the 2028 elections. Chris, what do we have on the players portals?
All right, so on channel1newsonline.com, that I'm going to be starting with that. NPP race misconduct at polling station will lead to result cancellation, and that's by Joe Osei Owusu. Opposition is painful and lonely. Afenyo Markin asserts. Abuse of judicial power erodes public confidence, Chief Justice tells new judges. Late Ayawaso East MP's wife declares intention to contest by-election. Mahama, global order falling apart, Africa must shape the future. And I'll win NPP presidential elections hands down, Brian Achampon declares. We actually saw that yesterday when he was talking to Jude. NPP flag bearer aspirants signed peace pact ahead of January 31 primary. And Akufo-Addo, true test of NPP democracy lies in conduct of winners and losers. GNA COPS, or GNA COPS, directs members to proceed with BECE registration amid fee dispute. Use party mechanisms to resolve election grievances. Peace council to NPP aspirants. NPP primaries. Set the right tone for your followers. Afenyo Markin tells aspirants. And Afenyo Markin again, a divided party cannot be a formidable opposition. And lastly, NPP flag bearer race dismantle macho groups. Hackman Owusu Ajiman to aspirants, because he talked about macho, that some people actually have macho men and said, yeah, they're going to be bringing a macho man. So he's like, if you think you have any macho man, do not think about it.
Do not think of bringing that macho man. Well, it's going to be an interesting one, and it tells you that the stakes are high. Yeah. So people would want to be a little bit vigilant in how the elections will be conducted. But again, the EC has given its word, the security officers have given their word, and also there has been a peace pact that has been signed. So definitely peace will reign for the elections come January 31. On citynewsroom.com, we have dollars gradual slide. Oil prices to drive inflation in 2026. This is coming from Ofosu.a yesterday at the Crystal Ball. Looking into the Crystal Ball, Ofosu.a's prediction for 2026. Another story here, missing clause sparked Kennedy Japan's protest at NPP's Peace Pact signing. So, coming from the spokesperson. The next one is, don't abuse judicial power. Chief Justice warns new judges. Yeah, yesterday a number of judges were sworn in. Invest in skills, build together, negotiate as one, Mahama tells African leaders.
I think it's very important.
Yeah, very important.
Yeah, and he said that at the World Economic Forum yesterday. Yeah.
Very important. High Court throws out Randy Abe's defamation suit against Abronye. Interesting one. High Court enforces UK judgment against Cheddar over $14.9 million US debt. And also, late Ayawaso East MP's wife declares intention to contest by-election. I think I just want to jump into this story, because yesterday a number of comments were really moving around when we got this story. So the wife of the late Ayawaso East Member of Parliament, Hajia Aminu Adam, has announced her intention to contest the upcoming by-election following the death of her husband, Mahama Nasser Toure. The EC on January 16, 2026 declared that a parliamentary by-election for Ayawaso East constituency will be held on Tuesday, March 3, 2026, after the seat became vacant due to the passing of the legislator. In accordance with Article 112, Clause 5 of the 1992 Constitution, the EC is required to conduct a by-election to fill such vacancies. In a statement issued on Thursday, which is yesterday, January 22, Hajia Adam, who is the wife of the late MP, said her decision was influenced by calls from constituents, grassroots members, and elders of the constituency to step into her husband's roles. And this is the statement that was made there. There has been a clarion call from many quarters in my constituency and beyond to step into the shoes of my late husband, who served as the Ayawaso East Member of Parliament with distinction. I have pondered over the calls from well-meaning members of the constituency, especially the elders and grassroots, and in so doing, I accept the call to serve my people. She said. She added that although the decision comes at a difficult time, she was heeding to the counsel of her community, including chiefs, imams, and youth leaders. I want to assure them that I would not disappoint them. And this is coming from Hajia Adams, who is the wife of the late MP. The National Democratic Congress has also announced guidelines for the conduct of its upcoming Ayawaso East parliamentary primaries in the Greater Accra region ahead of the by-elections. So this is going to be an interesting one, because other individuals are also coming up and trying to also declare their intention for the upcoming rerun or the by-election. Also, dependency is a trap, not sovereignty. Mahama to African leaders. And Accra Timamotowe, chief resident engineer, raises alarm over extortion at diversions. Well, this story also was captured yesterday, and it's on the citynewsroom.com. Chris.
Right. All right, so let's head into some entertainment, because it's Friday and we are bringing you some entertainment news from GhanaWeekend.com. So if you want more of that, just go on GhanaWeekend.com and you can stay updated with all the entertainment news from Ghana and beyond. So we have here Oscars 2026 nominees list in full. So the Oscars nominations actually popped up was yesterday, and leading the chart is actually Sinners. Sinners is a vampire movie by Ryan Coogler, and it has 16 nominations. So they are leading. An exciting thing about it is a black cast, a black director, black cast. Well, not everyone, but there are more black people in it. So that's what's making the black community very excited. And Ryan Coogler, I think, is one director that has really stamped his feet in the industry. And I think he's the one that did Wakanda too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and another popular movie.
These movies are like big budget movies.
Very big budget movies, and so like this, I think this is one of the first black vampire movie. Have you? I need you to watch it. It's very good. I watched it last year. It's very good. All right, so next up we have...
I have to make time to
watch it. Oh, you have
it.
to watch it. You know me, I love movies. Though. Somebody actually told me someone was like, you could actually get a job in Netflix by reviewing movies. Do you know? I could just sit and just watch these movies.
Oh, wow.
It makes me happy because I like production, obviously. So I learn not just the storyline, I just learn things from it. Like, you understand the storytelling and all that. But then again, up next, we have IShowSpeed becomes the first black creator to hit 50 million YouTube subscribers. That's a very big deal, and he's just 21 years old. He turned 21 2 days ago when he was in Nigeria, and that's when he hit the 50 million subscribers. So he actually celebrated when he was on the streets of Lagos. Yes.
That's money.
That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money for a 21-year-old. Even for an adult like you and I, that's a lot of money. Like,
and I watched some of his videos. IShowSpeed. I'm like, he's too adventurous.
Yes, he's a very adventurous kid, and he is touring Africa, 28 countries in Africa. So he just left Nigeria yesterday, headed to Benin. So he should be in Benin today, and hopefully he'll be obviously Benin, probably Togo. I don't know if he's going to do Togo, but since he's doing 28 countries, then he should be in Ghana this week. No, he should be in Ghana next week. Between this week and next week.
He's been given a number of places to visit.
Yes.
The Paga Crocodile Pond, to sleep on the crocodiles and take some videos, so to run on the canopy walk in Kakum. I don't know how he's going to do that.
I don't know how he's going to do that because he's doing like a day or two in your country.
Then he leaves.
And then he leaves because he's trying to get those, he's trying to finish that 26, all those countries in 26 days.
There was a rather sad one when I think Pella was trying to get to him, but his security didn't.
And I loved it. I'm very...
I understand Pella is the biggest
the TikTok, he's one of the biggest TikTok streamers in Africa.
Oh, wow.
Yes, in Africa. So the thing is...
And IShowSpeed didn't really let...
Yes, you didn't let him do... Because
Pella really do this.
Because some years ago, Pella actually spoke on his TikTok live that if IShowSpeed come, he doesn't think he's going to give him attention.
Oh.
So you should know that whatever that you do online, whatever that you put out online, whatever that you say, the internet never forgets. So, IShowSpeed, before they even come to your country, they actually have to do like research about people they want to meet. So he was not part because of what he said. So that actually has made him lose that chance of meeting a young person like him doing the same thing they are doing.
Wow. But 50 million subscribers, that's amazing.
Yeah. And he's the first black creator to actually reach that. And moving on, Davido's father confirms singer cleared by DNA test. There's still another DNA issue going on with Davido, and that's what happens when you cannot control your third leg. Next, we have Grand Up Row. I fulfilled my contracts and more. That's by Kwesi Arthur. If anything happens to me, blame Glenn and Grand Up.
I've seen Carcass, maybe we'll talk about it later on the show, where Carcass had some like a GoMe fund of GoFundMe for me, and Kwesi attacked him to say that no, it's no more with that is Grand Up. So if you are doing GoFundMe to raise money to pay Grand Up, no, everybody should stop that.
No, you know what? But at the end of the day, like I told you yesterday, if this goes to court and the contract stands, you would have to pay yourself. You will have to pay out Ground Up. You will have to find that $150,000 for them. Exactly, because that's also what happened to Asake. When Asake knew that, okay, you know what, I'm ready to move on from Olamide. They had a chat and he just paid. There was no issue. So sometimes you have to get to that point where you have to pay.
Wow. We'll talk about that.
Anyway, we have this and more on Ghana Weekend. So if you want more entertainment, go check out GhanaWeekend.com and you will be updated with all the entertainment news that you need from Ghana and beyond.
But it's just interesting that a number of things are making rounds. I think even with what we just said about that is Ground Up and Kwesi Arthur, we should just move straight into the trends.
The trends, yeah.
And see what we can say about it. So, in a new revelation that have since come out on Kwesi Arthur's trend, from yesterday, it appears that a lawyer to the whole conversation has now turned into some sort of trying to pay Ground Up, but Kwesi Arthur has indicated that there shouldn't be any attempt like that. So, an email threat released by Glenn and Ground Up Charlie shows contract details that Kwesi seems to have violated. According to the new information, Kwesi is required by the contract he signed to desist from using images from when he was active under the record label in any new music releases. He used images which, according to their contracts, are owned by his former label, Ground Up Charlie, in his recent teaser for his new project, Redemption, which he released this month. This forms the basics for which the label is after him. So, well, maybe the next minute you'd want to sign a contract, you'd want to engage lawyers. Let's try and read the contract terms and conditions, because even you would hear an ad on radio or you see an ad on TV which looks juicy, but at the end of the day is written T's and C's applied. Let's bring you that one on screen and let's read to our viewers what really it is. So this one says that yesterday, that is was it Kwesi? Yeah, that's Glenn
Aduku.
Yeah, okay, that's it. So yesterday I shared a post from Kwesi Arthur about his issue with Glenn and Ground Up. In the post, Arthur claims his life was under threat and asked if anything happened to him, Glenn should be held responsible. That is a serious allegation. This morning, I had a chat with someone close to Glenn and Ground Up, so it's only fair that I post their side of the story. These are voice notes that we sent in confidence, so I may not be able to share them directly now without doing some, reductions?
Reductions,
Yeah.
I guess.
As I feel some borders on legalities. So Kwesi Arthur has a contractual deal with Ground Up Charlie that has not yet expired. Really? For how long did that contract? Did they sign that contract? This is interesting. I am not privy to the details, but he read, agreed, and signed it. As to how fair it is, that is not my issue. He has been with them since 2016. Glenn housed, fed, and clothed Kwesi Arthur all this period. And it tells you that a number of things have really gone through here when it comes to this particular issue. So all this period, not to talk of handling the business aspect of his music. As any sane person knows, these things do not come cheap. Kwesi Arthur, so do not come cheap and all that, the things that have been indicated there. So it tells you that something has really gone in there when it comes to the contracts and all the issues here and there. It has to be looked at, and maybe we'll be following up keenly here on the show, and we'll be telling you what people need to know more about this particular information. It's just interesting that, well, other artists have also tried helping or tried talking about it, but I'm sure that at the end of the day, the real contract details will come out, and we are going to hear from Ground Up Charlie, or we are going to hear from Glenn, and we are going to hear from whoever we need to hear from to get the contract
But looking at
details.
this, all I can say is that it will get to a point that if they had to go via the law, he might just have to pay up.
They should test the law.
Yeah, he might just have to pay up.
They
I mean,
should-
other
they
people who
should-
have
they
done
should-
it,
They should test the
that
law.
have been in his shoes, paid up.
Yeah, they should
Yeah.
test the law. But let's bring you comments on this. Interestingly, let's see what the general public is saying about it. Chris.
The way issues there right now, it is not social media matter at all. It should deal with lawyers to settle its period.
Yeah, lawyers are needed
Yeah,
in this.
because as long as there
Yeah.
are contracts, this is
Lawyers are
an
needed
issue
in
of the
this.
law. And next, if it was what Kwesi signed, then he's definitely doomed. From Glenn's standpoint, this is a forever thing.
Really? Can you sign a forever contract?
I don't think you can sign a forever contract.
Well, let's see the terms and conditions of that contract.
This email leak is wild because labels like Ground Up Charlie claims ownership forever, while artists grinds for peanuts every single day. If Kwesi Arthur really took that platoon money directly, he breached big time. But this contract trapped talent unfairly in Ghana music scene. We are not seeing the contract, but all these comments are based on the contract that they leaked out there yesterday. They should talk to Glenn. If the contract is still running, maybe then he can reduce things for the guys so he'll pay his way out. That's the only way. As it stands, Glenn and Kwesi must meet live to settle the score. True. I think it should be made in law that any contract signed without any legal representative should be invalid to protect artists. I don't think it should be invalid to protect artists because the artists actually should know better.
Yeah.
Because Kwesi Arthur is not the first person that will be going through this situation. And before Kwesi Arthur, there were others. Do you understand? There were others that were made known to not just the Ghanaian scene, but to the world scene. So by entering before you even enter the music business, you should know some of these things. So you cannot tell me because an artist signed and he is ignorant to some of these things, it would not be, the contract will not be valid. I think everybody's supposed to do their homeworks. But the only thing the person could have said that will say, okay, makes sense, should make sense a bit to me is some contracts should not go through a certain period, for a certain period, especially for artists or creative people.
Maybe we need a lawyer one of these days to share with us what really come in the entertainment circles, how really it works there when it comes to contractor and all that. But sometimes producer-artist relationship most do not go well. Most times that doesn't go well. And you see that one individual is saying, oh, I'm supposed to have been earning this, I'm supposed to have given this, so you are using my talent to make money and all that.
You know, it would be
And
also
it
unfair to
becomes-
say you are using my talent to make money at the end of the day, because before your talent was
invested.
actually,
It was only
blown
your
to the
talent.
world. Exactly.
You
it was
weren't
you
known.
and your family's
Yeah,
talent.
yeah.
Do you
You weren't
understand? You
known.
were the star in your room. Between your friends.
And I have seen some that as soon as the individual becomes sort of a public figure, the family members will come claiming ownership and would want to sideline the producers. So sometimes you would want to understand the producers because, like it was said there, he clothed him, he housed him, he gave him a place, he fed him and all that. But you'll be following up keenly and be telling you what is happening in that space. Let's move away from that and bring you what is happening in the political space, what is also trending, and that has to do with the NPP presidential candidates
Signing
peace
a
pact
peace, yeah.
that was signed yesterday. That's interesting. And yeah, you can see Kwabena Japan at the start in the white. You have the former education minister Edu Chung, and also you have Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, who is also in the race, and you also have Brian Echampon in the race, and of course Kennedy Japan, who is also in the race. And these individuals are hoping to be one would definitely be the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party for the 2028 general elections, and they are actually lacing their boots crisscrossing the country for the very last time. I know all of them have been able to travel across the country to make their messages known. Not long ago, we saw Kwabena Japan also there was a campaign, or his intention was made known to the general public. That was carried live here on Channel One TV, and yesterday his event was also carried live here on Channel One TV. So we'll be keeping our eyes on this developing story keenly. So Justin Kodia yesterday spoke to the party, and he made mention of some stalwarts of the party who have, though they didn't win the previous elections, but still had to stay with the party. So whether you win or you lose, you would want to still be with the party. But the ex-president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, was there yesterday. Let's hear from him what he had to tell the aspirants.
Please be firm but fair, competitive but respectful. Ours is a tradition that rejects fear, insults, intimidation, and bitterness. Let your campaigns be firm but fair, competitive but respectful. Ours is a tradition that rejects fear, insults, intimidation, and bitterness. Let your campaigns be.
So that is the ex-president there, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, giving some word of advice to the candidates and asking them, like, let your campaigns really go down well, but be very circumspect and very decorum when you are sharing out the message, because after all said and done, you still have to come back as one political party to face another political party or other political parties in the 2028 election. So unity must prevail. But we have comments on this. Let's bring you comment on this briefly. What the general public have been saying. It's just interesting that we'll be telling you a lot more of this later on the show, or in the course of the weeks or the days that will come. 7 days or 8 days more for the elections to be held. And trust us here on Channel One TV and City 97.3 FM. We will definitely be bringing you more of this on the show and other bulletins that we will be doing on the show here on Channel One TV and also on City 97.3 FM. It's just an interesting way to get a flag bearer for the NPP ahead of the 2028 election. So January 31, 2026, you also want to stay with us because we're giving you full coverage of that here on Channel One TV. Chris, you'll be on set with us so that we can cover the NPP elections. And give them full
if you
coverage.
Want me to go and report,
yeah.
I'll go and report.
Definitely. We will take you to one of the constituencies so that you go and report from there. Yeah. Anyway, so that is it. Let's bring you the video of the day. After we bring you an interesting conversation that a lot of people are talking about.
As long as I'm breathing, I've got a reason to praise the Lord. Oh, my soul.
Come on, one more time.
Praise. As long as I'm breathing, I've got a reason to praise the Lord. Oh, my soul.
Come on, one more time.
Praise. As long as I'm breathing, I've got a reason to praise the Lord. Oh, my soul.
Come on, one more time.
Praise. As long as...
Well, so as long as he's breathing, he's got to praise the Lord. But unfortunately, this individual who came to help him,
Praise the Lord with caution.
he was rather taking his one away.
Praise the Lord with caution.
Yeah, he was rather taking his one away. Okay, so that's the video of the day. Just an interesting one for us here on the show. But Chris, this week I covered a fire incident at Circle behind the Royal VVIP station. And I was amazed because we've recorded one too many fire incidents in this first month of the year. First month of the year, Kaswa. We've seen another one to happen at Madina. We've seen another one happen at Circle recently. And I don't know whether maybe we are not taking caution, or the education may not be going down well, or there is something that is really not sinking well. Because even when you speak to the Ghana National Fire Service, when you go to these fire scenes, what they tell you is, though we came to the place early, we couldn't find our way to where the fire is happening. And I don't know whether the way the markets are structured, the layouts, and all that. So it's like a bigger problem that has to be looked at. On top of all that, you see a business or an office space in the market which is on a fire hydrant. So if they are supposed to now get water to douse the flame, they would have to move to a very fireplace before they can get water and come and douse the flame.
Because they don't even know where the hydrant
is. They
is.
don't know where it is.
Because someone is, stationed right on the hydrant. So there's so many questions to ask with what you just said. And I think one of the pertinent ones we should ask, do people really get the education when it comes to issues of fire? So do they even know what a fire hydrant is? Do they know I'm not supposed to be stationed here because this is what is going to be used to save our life in times of any fire emergency?
And we don't even know if people are even able to use a fire extinguisher.
So it's education.
It goes down with education. Because when I went to Circle, what I was told is that the place that got burnt, you'd find a number of people selling phones with ideally tiptoe lane. That is a place that people will sell phones. When the NADMO coordinator for the Greater Accra region came there, Dennis, when he came there, he said that he was reliably informed that illegal connection caused that particular fire situation. And the market men or the traders there actually had to tell the same story. But we have a report on that. Let's bring you that report so you get a better understanding of what I'm talking about. When I went there and I filed the report, we will delve into this conversation further. And if we have to call the Ghana National Fire Service, we will call the Ghana National Fire Service, have a detailed conversation on it. And we will bring other authorities too on board and try and find out a lasting solution to this problem. And also, you watching us, you would want to tell us how well you are educated when it comes to fire, and are you able to quench any flame should it spark in your home today? Do you have the technical know-how? Have you been able to even acquire a fire extinguisher for your home? Then the conversation we will definitely build it up there. But let's bring you this report after we will delve deeper into the conversation. The fire, which started at about 10 a.m., raised down scores of structures of a number of traders here at the VVIP station at the Kwame Nkrumah Circle. Some of the traders have been talking about the situation.
If you go to our markets, most of them are illegals because someone have this thing. He rented a place, a shop here. Once he have this thing, meter. If he rents another place, he will make sure he wire from his place to another place. The fire service people, they are helping us. So me, I'm a witness. I witnessed them when they were going around midnight, around 3:34. I was there, but our fire extinguishers, they are empty. In the markets, our fire extinguishers are empty. We need the fire service.
When it is 1 year, they don't do rain.
We need the fire service and then the electricity. That's the electricity company to come and access our lights for us. Otherwise, this thing will continually be doing.
Normally, when it happens like this, you see that there's something happening concerning wiring. They themselves will be saying it all along, that there's something wrong over here. Poor wiring and all sorts of things. They say it. If you go to the stores, the shops, they'll be saying it. And I've been asking them why. You know this thing is happening. Why can't you report this thing to the authorities? And they'll start laughing. I mean, that is what I've been hearing here. I do come here to buy things.
The public relations officer of the Ghana National Fire Service, DO2 Desmond Aka, says that his men rushed to the scene to control the fire after receiving that distress call.
Initially, assessing the seat of fire was quite a challenge. And therefore, due to the rapid spread of the fire, we had to mobilize 5 tenders to come to augment with firefighting. And currently, we also have 1 water tanker also assisting us to be able to manage the situation. We have been able to save the Royal VVIP from this particular blaze. And currently, I can confidently say that we have succeeded in confining the fire.
The Greater Accra Regional Director of the National Disaster Management Organization, Dennis Ajano Nate, says that it has been established that the fire situation started as a result of illegal connection. He says the fire scene has been declared a security zone.
Yes, it started because of illegal connection. There is one pole here which is sparked. It sparked the fire. So the bookman at the VIP station, he saw it and then just raised an alarm. And so before the people could say Jack, it has just started. And look at these are wooden structures. If they are permanent block structures, I don't think it would have stretched. So for now, we are declaring it a security zone for now. We don't allow them to come back. We congest the whole place and then we see what we can do.
So that's what happened at the Royal VVIP station in the Kwame Nkrumah Circle, where fire gutted parts of the area, and people who sell there, let's say traders, lost thousands of their goods.
And money.
I
saw money.
Money.
I saw money.
Wow. So the big question we keep asking is that why will we be seeing these things? And often, I don't know whether the reports comes out for us to actually see what may have caused the fire incident. But if what we actually heard from the Greater Accra Regional NADMO Director, Dennis Ajano, tells you that a lot of work has to be done. And also, if really this work has to be done, is it coming from only the Ghana National Fire Service side, or other individuals would have to join? But a very good question that Chris was asking me when the report was playing was that why are the fire extinguishers empty? Desmond Aka, DO2 Desmond Aka, Head of Public Relations for the Ghana National Fire Service, is joining us via Zoom. Let's speak to him shortly. Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
I trust you are doing well, sir.
I'm well.
Thanks for joining us. So I would say this early morning on Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 TV. But first of all, I want to find out from you, what is the update on the fire incident or the situation that happened at Circle, the VVIP station, the Royal VVIP station?
Well, so good morning to your cherished viewers. I can confirm that the fire has since Tuesday afternoon been fully extinguished, and we are also learning that the place has been cleared. What the assembly is trying to do now is to reconstruct the place, and they have asked the traders not to go ahead of them, but to wait for their instructions before they do anything there. So I believe that this time around, a lot more safety consideration and measures will be put in place before the place is reconstructed. With regards to the investigative report, I understand the investigative team, they are also wrapping up with a report to be able to issue to the Assembly for the implementations of the recommendations therein. So we would just want to give them the benefit of the doubt for them to conclude their report and forward same to the Assembly for the needful action to be done.
Share with us your challenges, the challenges you encountered to douse the flame.
Well, so the number one challenge was the late call-up. Anytime we have received late calls to emergencies, by the time we get there, things would have degenerated into what we don't want to witness. So that was the number one challenge that we had. Then the number two challenge was accessibility. We had a difficult time even gaining access to where the fire was actually raging. And in professional firefighting, when you don't have direct access, then it means that you would have to spend some time to lay more hoses to get to where the fire is actually raging to be able to deal with it. And by so doing, you need to apply a lot more pressure. And in applying more pressure, because you have laid more length of hoses, technically a lot more of the water gets stuck in the hoses. And you would need more water to be able to contain a particular fire like that. And that is how come we were able to marshal as many as 5 tenders plus 2 water tankers to help us manage that particular fire. And then the third one was the too many gas cylinders and stoves that were found in that particular space. So at a point in time, intermittently as the fire raged, we could hear some explosions here and there, and that also escalated the situation. Because anytime there's an explosion, it throws the combustible gases afar, and the unburned gases are also ignited and they propagate the fire. And in fighting such fires, it becomes very difficult to really contain it within a very small space. And then also the last challenge was the closely knit structures. This is a makeshift market predominantly made up of wooden and then metal containers. And because there was no regard for alleys, enough escape routes and exits, they had occupied virtually every space with a container or a structure. And that made the fire spread so quickly because of proximity to each other. Once this one is gutted, it is easier for it to transfer its flames and heat. And then the propagation continues because there is a chain of fuel that would help the fire to continue to rage on. Another challenge that we had initially when we got to the scene too was the haphazard connection of wires. It became apparent that let's say about 10 shops could be connected to just a meter, and they were just connecting the wires anyhow. All they cared about was to get access to electricity, but how they get it with the quality cables or whatever, they don't care. And how the wires are even connected to each other, they care less about it. And initially, it created some form of electrocution for our people until such a time we asked PTG to isolate power from that area. And because the wires are coming from different sources, even if a particular phase or the electricity is isolated from a particular transformer, you may not be so certain because they could have also come from a different transformer or a different background. Electricity flows through some of the cables, so it was dicey. But regardless of these challenges, we were able to overcome them and then deal with the fire. Just that if there were enough alleys where the fire engines could access to reach the exact spot where the fire was, we could have saved more of the structures than we did. And then also, there wasn't any hydrant within that space. And because of that, we had to mobilize 5 and 2 water tankers. Initially, before the coming in of the water tankers, we were shuffling between Paris School and then GRA office, in front of GRA office, where we could access water to the scene. And then later, the water tankers also came to help us. So if there were to be a fire hydrant, which was effective, I think we wouldn't even need even more than 2 tenders. We could have even used one to manage that particular fire. So in the wake of the assembly trying to redevelop the place, I believe they would consider installing an effective hydrant there, and then also make sure there are enough escape routes and then access for emergency vehicles. And then also they could get competent, qualified electricians to do the wiring. for the affected traders, and so as to be able to minimize that kind of illegal wiring connection that tends to increase the overheating and then sparks, intermittent sparks that were being witnessed in that space. So by and large, these were some of the challenges that we went through.
All right. I actually have a question concerning what you said earlier, and that's the late calls. What do you mean by late calls? And also, what do you think were the cause of the late calls? Do you think it was the people that called late, or the access to you was actually difficult? Which one is it?
All right. So for every fire situation, every second counts. A fire is better able to be managed when it is spotted within the first 5 minutes.
Oh.
So beyond the first 5 minutes, it goes into a different phase, which becomes very difficult to control. So if you listen to those who spotted the fire, and then you compare the time the call reached us eventually, you'll realize that it took more than 25 minutes for them to call us.
Right.
And 25 minutes into a fire situation, I mean, a lot more would have been destroyed. And that is how come when we got there, already we had lost about 20 of the shops. And we had to struggle to cut or to check the spread of fire. And because the fire had gotten out of hand, and because of the conditions there, it really made firefighting very, very difficult. So we have always been admonishing the public that as soon as you see a fire, irrespective of whether you have obtained training or received training, any form of training, fire suppression training from the Ghana National Fire Service, because we are the professionals and we know the technical bit of handling any particular fire. Even as you try your hands in containing it, call us. It is better that you call us at the initial stage, at the first few minutes, let's say before the fifth, so that by the time we get there, even if you have been trained, you would have been able to bring it under control, and then we'll come and finish it up, and then investigate to know the cause to be able to use it in our public educational campaigns.
Okay, DO2, just stay on with us briefly. We want to bring in Engineer Abdullahi Mahama, who is a building consultant, and this has to do with the structuring of the place and also how structures are put up at the various markets. Engineer Mahama, good morning.
Good morning, Philip.
And I trust you are doing well.
Yeah, I'm fine.
I want.
You have to borrow me your food for another program.
Oh, that's fine. Right after I came with you, I want to find out from you, as a building consultant, when you see structures at various markets being gutted by fire, how do you feel, or how does this get to you?
Well, I would say a very good morning to our cherished viewers. I'm not really happy with this repetitive, unfortunate incident that happens like early year, mid-year, later part of the year, every time. I must say on authority that I think with the exception of maybe the KDTM market, which even has a few challenges, we don't have any standardized market in Ghana. None. There's no market elsewhere, anywhere in the country, which has met all the requirements that makes it a very standard market to even operate. One of the major things that I listened to the fire service officer making mention of is that they were not having fire hydrants within the location. That is one of the major requirements when you are going to even construct a market. If you may recall, some months back, when we had the fire outbreak in Kumasi, we had the same report that the new China Mall market was so fresh that they had not finished the components like the fire hydrants and other things. And I even said that without those equipment or requirements, it wasn't supposed to be operationalized. But we were told that they were meeting the minimum requirements, i.e. having some fire extinguishers and some exit points. Now, Philip, you and your colleague,
Chris,
right?
Yeah.
You made mention of all the things that engineers have said over the years. So I'm sure that you could have just done the discussion by yourself. Of course, whatever I'm going to say, you have touched one or two of them. Where is the fire hydrant? Where is the main entrance to the place? Where are the other alternative exits? The major requirement is that when you have all these stations working, or the market working, when you have an entrance, there should be another buffer. And in case you come and there's a lot of blockage, what's the next option? The woman who spoke first, the market woman, was very eloquent that the fire service guys were doing so well, but there were no, the tanks were empty. It will only be empty when there's no fire hydrant. But I think just about 2 weeks ago, I heard in one of the news that we have 235 fire tankers and 25 which were in Accra were working or running on obsolete engines. I'm sure that over the years, the government, successive government are trying, but I think we should do more to revamp that sector. And then after revamping that sector, it will only be needless if you go to the fire, where the fire is gotten out of the fire outbreak, and you can't have access to enter the place. And when your first water in the tank is emptied because of what you are doing with it, you cannot have access to the hydrant, which will be the closest proximity to be able to douse out the fire in no time. So if these are basic requirements and we don't adhere to it, we're just going to repeat this sequence every now and then. We're going to have a very terrible years when we don't deal with it. Have you seen that the climate change has drastically changed? In December and in January, we are having rainfall. We're going to have extreme droughts. And when there's extreme drought, you know what the airplane effect. Yeah. So it looks like we are seeing the signs that is coming, but we are still with the same status quo. And that is not going to help us. The NADMO National Israel Coordinator who spoke in your report, he made mention that they are going to cordon off the place and take the place a security zone. And I heard you mention, Chris also asking, where are the reports, the previous reports about the fire outbreaks, so that we can learn from it. But they said maybe some of them are attacked as assassins. And so we easily go behind some words, some jargons, and we hide what we are supposed to use at the level. In 2024, to run up of the election, Cantamanto was gutted by fire, right? When the place was cordoned off, because of the political season, what happened? The same market women and women who sell in that area went and started the makeshift buildings. Everything they did there was wooden structure. They violated every bylaw in Accra. AMA were just aloof, and the people went there and they constructed 100% wooden structures. What do you expect to happen? So if the authorities do not step their feet on the ground and hold the bull by the horn and act, we'll be having series of this. In fact, I was actually at Medina Market just on the, I think, Wednesday. Yeah, when the fire outbreak, I mean, the Medina Market got fire. I was just within the neighborhood. So I just have to move with the kids and then escape from the area for safety. So it is not going to stop anytime soon. The electrical gadgets, how can we have one shop stringing a wire cable because he owns 2 shops? So he's not supposed to have 2 meters. So he strings a wire across 10 shops. Who does that? So now you see, it's not only the fire service. Apart from the fire service coming to do their routine checks, we need to have the ECG going there mandatory to ensure that everybody is held accountable for whatever the person has done in their shops. So it's only proper that this report is made public so that some of us who are in that field can criticize or critique the report when it's out, and we can propose solutions to to minimize the extent of these fire outbreaks in the country. And like I said, with the exception of Kidita Market, which even though is not up to 100%, there's no market in Ghana which has a minimum requirement, about 50% of the requirements operate as a market in the country.
We'll come to you to ask you what you mean by that when it comes to the standard, what we need to get to make the place standardized, and also if you think that the assemblies or the authorities may have failed in this regard. But DO2 Desmond Aka, Chris asked a very important question. Why are the fire extinguishers empty? Is it a duty of the Ghana National Fire Service to get it refilled, or the market women, or whoever is in charge of it?
Well, so I don't really understand the question, but
no, so I'm asking because when we went to Circle, there was a comment that the fire extinguishers they have there are empty, and I saw one of your officers make a comment like they have to refill it. So I'm asking you, whose duty is it to do the refilling and also check these things at the various markets?
All right. So it is a responsibility of property owner or the shop owner in this instance to acquire a functional or a working fire extinguisher. And therefore, at any point in time, when it is out of order, you to get it in good working order. So maybe something happened and they had to deploy the extinguisher. After deploying it, you need to get it refilled at a cost. And this has to be borne by the owner of the shop or whoever is owning that particular extinguisher. What we do is that we recommend the right type of extinguisher based on what you have in your property and what you do, the risk levels there, the hazards, so that when you get the required one, you can utilize it when the need be. And then we also give them training on the use of these fire extinguishers. But when it comes to the refilling and then the purchasing, it is a responsibility of the property owner. So we understand that some of them had the extinguishers, and initially when the fire erupted, they sent some to even deal with the situation. But because they didn't tackle the fire at the stage where it was supposed to have been tackled with the fire extinguisher, the fire extinguisher that they sent there could not control the fire. Because at that point, if the fire gets out of hand, it becomes needless for you to use any portable fire extinguisher to manage it, because the fire will not budge in. Dynamics have changed. Therefore, you would need the professionals like the firefighters to come in to salvage the situation.
Right. So do you think there's enough education or sensitization programs for the people in the markets to improve public fire safety awareness?
Done a lot of education, not just the market, across all sectors. And then even in the market, the challenge there is during the daytime, during the peak hours, when you go there, they will tell you in your face, we are making money. We do fire, we are making money, we are busy. So don't come and disturb us. So this time round, we know they belong to one form of association or the other. And then during weekends, from Friday through to Sunday, we know most of them meet at the association level. Others go to mosques, others go to church. So the same message that otherwise would have given them at the market, in their shops or at their tables, we send it to them at the association meetings, at their worship centers. And then we are able to get their attention. But the problem is that culturally, the mindset of the average Ghanaian is that he or she is immune to fire. There's no way fire can gut his or her property. And therefore, we are not safety conscious. We tend to fear thieves and therefore give much more premium to our security. This is a national thing. It's a cultural thing that has eaten into the mindset of the African. And therefore, they care less about what happens to their property or their wares. You know, they think that, let me get a shop in the market, let me stock it with whatever wares, let me make my money and enjoy my life. They don't think that the huge investment that they have incurred in getting the shop, in stocking it up, there has to be safety consideration even in stocking the shop. Most of them have turned their shops into warehouses, which is dangerous, depending on the kind of material that you are even storing in your shop. If you do the stocking with disregard to the basic stocking protocols, without even the introduction of external heat source, depending on the material, if they are organic based, if they are introduced to heat and there is no proper ventilation, some of them can automatically ignite without any external heat source. And this is what we are being confronted with. So not until we all decide that we want to be serious with our personal safety, we want to be serious with our wares in the market, we want to be serious as authorities responsible for managing these markets to ensure that all the bylaws within the market, such as no cooking in the market, no sleeping in the market, and all those no illegal wiring connections and what have you, if those things are not enforced, we will continue to have this conversation. But I think also that even though we have done a lot more education and the available statistics, we have recorded a little over 30% in out on arrival cases nationwide per 2025 statistics. And that is telling us that at least a section of the populace are now getting the whole gist. They are being assertive about their own personal safety, and they are willing to put in place the basic fire safety measures on their property. And to the extent that when the fire also erupts within or on their property, they are able to master courage, and based on what we have given them or taught them over the period, are able to subdue the fire. And therefore the impact of the fires have been very, very minimal.
Right.
And that notwithstanding, I think we as a regulatory body has to also do more in terms of probably changing some of the strategies for reaching out to the public, and then probably adding one or two to our educational messages, and more importantly, getting the needed resource.
Right. So, talking about resource, do you think there's actually a legal or logistical gap when it comes to enforcing compliance? You're a serviceman, and obviously servicemen also have the right to sort of like enforce some sort of compliance when it comes to the areas that you manage. Do you think the fire service, actually has that right to enforce compliance?
My sister, it's not that I think. It is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
We have to be able to resource the Ghana National Fire. The state would have to be able to resource the Ghana National Fire Service, at least, with some utility vehicles mounted with PA systems. Even though we are doing much, if you go to the various markets within the Greater Accra region, we have even put some audio messages on pen drives that we have given to the various market managers that they play at the peak hours in the morning and in the evening before the market is closed. But we still need these utility vehicles mounted with PA system with projectors and screens, such that it will enable us to move to every available space, be it in the night. Now that we want to even operate the 24-hour economy, we have some night markets elsewhere. So if we have the projectors, that is where we can interact. In the night, even though people will be buying stuff, but it will not be as busy as during the day. And therefore, if we have these projectors, we could mount them, show them some of the things that they do that create these fires, create the needed awareness, change perception, so that they can appreciate it. There's another form of education where the person sees the thing physically, you see physically, and that is able to change the way he thinks or she thinks about certain things, and then that can affect attitudinal change. But we don't have the utility vehicles. Go to the regions. The whole city department will have just one vehicle. So, for instance, if Greater Accra has one vehicle for public education for safety purposes, and we have to do education just within, let's say, Tesano. Look at how vast Tesano is. How many weeks, how many months do you think that we'll be able to do that education? So that kind of logistical gap still exists.
Okay, DO2, so hold on a bit for us. We will still come back to you. Let me speak to Engineer Abdullahi Mahama quickly, and we'll let him go. Engineer Abdullahi, you said most of the markets, except for KJT, meets the standard. What are the standards? And also, do you think that the various assemblies are doing their job right when it comes to the way we get locations for bigger markets or where markets are situated?
Well, the last time we met, you told me that the jargons I gave, we are going to practice civil engineering. So I'm sure you've already started. Because the first point you made was the zoning. That's what the special plan will call it, zoning status. Are we supposed to have markets everywhere or anywhere at all? Or is it because 1, 2, 5, 10 people came to start some markets somewhere, so we are compelled to let the place become a market? When it comes to any market across the country, there's what we call zoning. Is this area zoned to be a market hub or a mini industrial hub? Does it qualify, depending on the buildings around that area, which may be emitting some toxics that may not be friendly for people who are within the area? You can't go to maybe Seti Steel, our homes in Tema, or some of the areas where chemicals are being used. And because 1, 2, 3 people just started some markets, makeshift market around the place, it metamorphosed into a very big one. And then we are compelled to now make the place a market. So we go now and rush behind the fact that it has already started, and we construct a market there to suit the people who are there. One of the first things you have to know when you are doing the market is the zoning. The second one is that every market you are supposed to construct must be robust. Now, in this case, is this robust? The structure must be very fixed. And then, when it comes to fire, what happened in Kumasi and Accra, most of the fire outbreak, the design of those buildings must be able to stand a minimum of about maybe 1 hour before the buildings suddenly collapse or get into that failed state. Which of the buildings or which of the structures do we have in Accra which can stand a 15-minute fire outbreak without that structure being described as a fail, or structural integrity has recommended that those structures should be brought down? So the basic one, and then circulation. My colleague was making mention of the fact that some of the areas have, when they go, some of the shops have turned to warehouses. Was that the intended purpose? I can just give you one example and you can relate. When the Malcolm disaster happened in 2012, one of the findings was that the last floor had been turned to a warehouse, thereby exerting so much load on the structure, because it may be for like a design which was like human beings and few structures. But if you go there and you turn the place to be a warehouse where you are quadrupling the weight that is expected to experience or the soil is supposed to experience, this is what you're going to have. And then when you turn the places to be warehouses, then the other requirement under the standard market requirement is that the place has to be accessible spacious and circulating enough so that air can circulate within that area so that it doesn't congest fire before it comes out as a surprise. I am thinking that I'm sure it will be like something that will be aired today. What I'm thinking is that if we even start the 24-hour market, just maybe the night outbreak of fire will be drastically minimized if about 60-80% of activities are still within the night, where there are human market women and men and other people who are patronizing. I'm quite sure that because of the presence of more people who may be active there, we will not be woken suddenly in the morning to say that when the fire started, there were fewer people within the area to alert others to try to gush out the fire, to control the fire before bringing in the fire service or any other people who are within the area to control the fire. So I'm quite sure that if it is greatly introduced and we even go by the minimum vigilante in sense of the fact that people will be there to be working, where people will not be cooking, and then the whole place is empty. So 1, 2, 3 people are cooking, but the place is dark. Everybody has gone home. We may have some of this, but if there are people present, actively working, I'm sure that some of this may also be drastically reduced. But I just give it a requirement. The place has to be spacious and accessible. You have to have the fire hydrant. The building has to be very robust. Of course, I don't have any of the building being robust, apart from KJTA and maybe Old Mokola Market and few others. Any other one is not robust. The buildings should be able to resist fire outbreak. And I don't think those buildings there will be able to resist fire outbreak within 15 to like 2 hours. None of them. So these are the requirements that you need. But the most important one here is what I spoke about. The fire resistance, and then the zoning that you rightly mentioned. The zoning is very important in all these things.
Right. So, engineer, in your opinion, where is the biggest gap? You've mentioned everything, but where is the biggest gap? Do you think is weak enforcement, corruption, or just lack of awareness?
It's enforcement. It's like there's a section who are recalcitrant. No matter what, they wouldn't act. Just like the PRO was saying. When you go, he said they are supposed to recommend for empty fire extinguishers to be refilled. It's not a recommendation. They are supposed to enforce. When you come to the shops and the extinguishers are empty, they're not supposed to recommend them. You are supposed to enforce them. We are compelling them to go and refill immediately, because anytime there will be a fire outbreak. You cannot determine that, okay, today there will not be fire. Looking at the weather, there will be any fire outbreak. Nobody has that prediction. So at every time, you are supposed to be ready. So when the fire service get to the market, and then even 3 people or 3 market owners don't have their fire extinguishers, the fire may start from there. So nobody knows about it. So it's a requirement from the it's an enforcement that the fire service have to compel the people to go. It's not they don't recommend. They have to enforce. Then there are penalties that will goes with it. So if the people do not compel, they have to enact they have to act on the bylaws that they have, and then they initiate proceedings.
Right. So do you think ECG is also supposed to be part of this fight, especially when it comes to the illegal connections? And I'm thinking, if there have been issues of illegal connections with, one person using one wire to connect some of his shops or so many of his shops just because he or she does not want to have like an extra meter, do you think ECG should also be part of this fight?
Yeah. I said it earlier when I made my first submission. The ECG are supposed to be there to constantly check. Let's say it can be routine, either it's bi-monthly or every month or twice in every quarter. They have to go in and be checking how these wires have been connected, whether legal or illegal. Then the assembly plays a pivotal role. You see, one of the things which is problem is that the assemblies are torn between internet generated funds. The more they have congestions of market workers who are working, the more they are internet generated funds, because they give them this ticket every day. So they are torn between taking an action or getting their monies, who run their assemblies with the internal generated fund. But we cannot run the assembly at the expense of everybody's life. So the assembly plays one, the assembly has a task force. The fire service plays two. If the fire service are incapable of acting or enforcing, they are by law or by a convention required to extend to request for a helping hand with the police or the military or any other force, the forces or the services provider who can come in and ensure that they cumulatively they get these issues remedied or rectified, so that everybody will be compelled to go by the regulations that the market have set for everybody within the neighborhood.
Engineer Abdullahi Mahama, thank you so much for your time. We are always grateful that when you call on you hit to our calls. We know you have other engagements, so we will release you here. But the Public Relations Officer for the Ghana National Fire Service, DO2, Desmond Aka, please stay with us. We want to find out from you, the year has just begun. We're in the month of January. Maybe the incidences we have seen on TV or we have recorded wouldn't be the same numbers you have. How many infernos have you recorded this month?
All right. There's this thing that I want to correct. I don't think I made in any of my submission that we must recommend for the refilling. I said we recommend to the traders or the shop owners the right kind of extinguisher to buy, because the risk levels and the hazards are different for each of the shops. But when it comes to the refilling, it's their responsibility. And if they fail, it is also our responsibility to ensure that they do the right, so correct that assertion. So with regards to the numbers that we have recorded so far, I believe that we have done better compared to last year, same period. Last year, around this time, we had recorded a little over 800 fires.
Last year, just in the month of January?
Yes.
800?
Yes, please.
Wow. So what of this year?
800. So this year, we have recorded just a little over 400.
Just a little over 400, and today is 23rd of January.
Country.
Wow.
So these fires include domestic, that is residential fires, commercial fires, bush fires, and all the other types of fires, electrical installation, those that affect our substations, our transformers, utility poles, and vehicles, as well as refuse dump, institutions, industry, and even tree tops that we call crown fires. We still record some of those fires. So cumulatively this year, we are doing quite better. And this is attributed to our intensified efforts. If you have been following us on our socials, we have really churned out a lot more educational content, especially with the use of LPG gas cylinder and stoves, because we have realized that that is one of the leading causes of fires in this country. But the number one leading cause of fire is misuse of electricity and electrical appliances. That ranks one on top of our list, followed by the misuse of gas. And we have put together content, educational materials, especially for those of us on social media, to kind of prep them on how best and safe ways to use these two components, electricity and gas. And I believe that when we are able to push the message out there and the people accept it, we will drastically reduce the number of fires, hopefully in the coming months. Another factor that is also disturbing us is changing weather. You realize, because of the advent of climate change, global warming, where, especially last year, for instance, we were expecting rains in June, July, September, thereabout. But the rains didn't come as much as we wanted. So those are the periods that we record low numbers of fires. But you realize that comparatively, we saw some spikes in those months. And therefore, we are also being careful, especially this year. Now that we are even experiencing where I live, even yesterday, we had rain. So meaning that the weather is becoming very unpredictable. And therefore, Ghanaians should be much more awake. If they were burning refuse anyhow within their backyard, they should reconsider. If their lives are over 30 years and more, they should reconsider getting an electrical engineer, a certified contractor, or electrician, competent one, of course, certified by Energy Commission, to do the rewiring, such that because those who are certified by the Energy Commission, if they come to do your wiring installation and there's a problem, you can sue them. And therefore, they wouldn't want to put their license or profession on the line. Therefore, they are always committed in doing the right thing. But those that are contracted to do the steady works in the market, they are the amateur ones. They know next to nothing. And that is because their services are cheap. People prefer waiting for them, and they will come and do anything. And at the end of the day, there is superheating, there is loose contact, there is short circuit, and it creates problems for everybody. So this is the outlook of the fire situation and the trend. I believe that in the coming days, we would release the statistics for 2025 and all be privy to the details, and that would also inform us to be more safety conscious in this year.
Wow. You made mention of you having a little over 400 cases just this month. How have you been deploying your men to these places?
Well, so we have, apart from the residential, what we call home safety campaigns, campaigns task force, we also have the market task force. We also do the night market patrols. And then we do the schools outreach, the lorry parks, and all the other public places, and then the institutions. That one is mandatory every year or twice in a year. We do it for the various institutions across the country. And therefore, that has really helped us. We are doing these things under serious constraints. But you see, these are some of the things that sometimes when we go out of our way to do this for Ghana, to serve the state, and people still want to insult us for their failures. Maybe there's a fire, getting the right number to even call the Ghana National Fire Service is a problem. Even though we have put our numbers, we continue to put our numbers even on our socials. Every now and then, anytime I get the opportunity, I put the number. And yes, still, because people think it has been ingrained in their brain that, oh, fire there, it cannot get my property. I am immune to fire. And therefore, we are not too careful about some of these basic things. And they will not call us early. We will come there to save them, then vandalize our vehicle, beat our men on top. And it so happens that we get people not to even talk for us. And just last 2 weeks or so, there was an incident that people misunderstood. And look at the insult that was even rained, even on my person. Even on my person. What has Ghana National Fire Service done? The state has neglected us. You have not resourced us adequately. We are using our personal vehicles. We are buying fuel into our personal vehicles. And we are going to schools at our own expense just to be able to educate the ordinary Ghanaian, just for the person to understand that, hey, fire is a good master, but when you don't observe its rules, it can become a bad servant for you. And therefore, you need to be ready. And look at the treatment. So we need to change our attitude. If we want Ghana National Fire Service to be a world-class emergency service, then all of us, we have responsibility towards our personal safety. If we think that safety only lies in the bosom of Ghana National Fire Service, then we are deceiving ourselves. We have to be ambassadors of safety in our homes. What kind of extension cords are we using? Are the extension cords that we are using properly rated for the load? That is the electrical appliances that we are placing them on. If not so, there will be overheating. The fire will come. Have we passed cables, wires under our carpet? Are we working on the cables such that with time the insulation will become hardened, they break, they expose the conductors in, they come together, and then they spark offline? Are we hitting nails through conduit wiring? You know, there are some wiring that they've done within the building. They are within the home, and they have been plastered and painted. So if you are new to that building and you don't know the kind of wiring there, you can be placing nails just to be hanging your stuff, and that is dangerous. Those nails could puncture those conduit wires and create what we call arc fault. And those fires take time to develop. And once they are developed, they become very difficult to deal with.
Wow.
Right.
We'll soon be wrapping up with you, but tell us a bit about the fire incident at Medina. What is the update with that incident there?
Right. So we are understanding that there is an electric which has too many wires by the shop that started or that ignited first. So periodically it will spark off. But surprisingly, they never reported it. If they had reported it to the fire service, probably would have also informed the ECG to check on it. So the fire so happened just after there was a power outage. So just after the power was restored, the fire started in one of the shops. But because we were called in early enough, it took us 2 minutes to move from Medina Fire Station to the place. And because they did the calling within the first 5 minutes, we were able to save 2 shops out of the 3. We were able to save 2 of the shops. Like that, the damage there was not as much as the first one, which we lost everything. So, early calls save lives.
Right.
Because minimizes damages. So we always advocate and advise Ghanaians that the number remains 112. We've not changed it. But the fortunate thing is that over the years, people still play pranks with this line. This is an emergency number. It is just as you have activated always on your phone. So if you are on the line with somebody and someone else is calling, you will see that somebody is calling. If you have not ended the first call, you cannot pick the second person. And that is how the emergency lines operate. So when we continue to play with the emergency line, at the same time, we should not forget that somebody may be in that need of our services, and that person will be denied. His life will be at risk. His properties will go destroyed by the fire. So I still wonder who thinks their school fees. They are taking care of their family. They will take care and call and ask that we should give him credit or whatever.
What, you receive messages like that? You receive calls like that?
I am telling you, just ask Emmanuel Ayima. The last time he had an experience, he came to our call center, and it was just appalling. And some parents who are so careless that they leave their phones in the hands of their children, who would also call and make fun of us. What is this? Last 4 years, we were recording prank calls annually, about 1.2 million. And we intensified our education on the dangers in that. And that has significantly reduced from 1.2 to last year about 350,000 prank calls. And still, even though we have recorded a little over 30% reduction last year, numbers are still huge, 350 prank calls a year.
Right.
It's on the high side. So if we don't want to change our attitude, if we decide not to support the Ghana National Fire Service, we are going through difficult situations to be able to bring our emergency services to the ordinary Ghanaians. Therefore, we expect them just to be able to put in place the basic. Safety is not anything abstract. It is just the basic things that we need to do. Everybody can do it. What is it that we are not doing it? And when the fires occur, we want to heap all the blame on Ghana National Fire Service.
Right.
If a company is failing to build a hydrant, is failing to pump water through the hydrant, we put on the Ghana National Fire Service. What at all has Ghana National Fire Service done to Ghanaians to deserve this kind of success?
Okay, so obviously you are doing your best, but have you thought of, partnering with the media or community leaders to actually support the fire service in public awareness? I mean, you're doing your best, like you said. You also talked about using social media, but have you thought of, probably joining with the media or community leaders on, say, a campaign or some sensitization exercises?
My sister, just last week in Atebubu, Amantin, in the Bono East region, their fire truck has broken down for some time. They have moved to every communication center, or what they call community information center, and then radio stations there, to announce that our fire engine has broken down. Management is fixing it, but until then, try as much as possible to be cautious with the use of naked light, not to set the bush on fire and your unattended cooking and all that. They have told them. And there was this fire in one of the houses. Even though they called the fire service late, our men went there with portable fire extinguishers just to see if, in case, they could even handle the fire. And the people got annoyed. Why is it that they came with fire extinguishers but didn't come with a tender? Meanwhile, we have told them. And they beat them. They beat them. I mean, is that fair?
No.
Is that fair? Is that fair?
DO2, I want to find out from you how the inspection, prior to you giving or a particular house getting the permit, what really is the inspection like to ensure that that house has the fire hydrant? That's the fire, the extinguisher, and also the various markets. What is the inspection like? Meanwhile, we'll be opening the phone lines shortly, so viewers can also join us with their experience with fire outbreak, among other things. The call line will be put on the screen shortly. So, DO2, you can go ahead.
Well, my brother, the law requires that every homeowner must get his or her property a fire certificate. And by means of getting the fire certificate, we will do the inspection and help you with some safety protection equipment, including the fire extinguisher. So the number of fire extinguishers to get in your property will depend on the size of the area and the risk levels there or the hazards there. So if your floor area is that big, then it means that you may get 2 or more fire extinguishers within that space. And depending on what you are doing or using the property for, will also determine even the size of the extinguishers to even get. Apart from the extinguishers, you are also required to have smoke alarms and then signages, because you could be able today, tomorrow you could be disabled. Sometimes you could not hear. You can also not speak, and therefore there could be signs with inscriptions that could also give directions or with some information, so that even the person, if the person is disabled in one way or the other, and the person can see the inscriptions and then follow the instructions thereon to be able to save his or her life. So that one is done. But we are not getting the cooperation. A lot more people are still not bringing their drawings or coming for the fire certificates, of which it is going to require us to enforce that particular law, of which we're going to do that. And then also, apart from these extinguishers, the markets too, it behoves on every trader or shop to also have this kind of extinguisher. But the challenge has always been the cost.
Yeah.
Even though it is not too expensive, depending on the size, it ranges from, let's say, 100 Ghana cedis let's say up to about 6 kg, up to about 500 cedis.
Yeah.
But still, the ordinary Ghanaian feels that it is still expensive, and therefore, coughing 500 or 300 or 200 to acquire a portable fire extinguisher is a problem. And sometimes, because of the human face that we give to some of these things, we want to give people enough room to be able to save and get them. And that is how come sometimes you would see that places where they are supposed to get these extinguishers, smoke alarms and what have you, they don't actually have. And we try to kind of sympathize and to ensure that with time they are able to get. But it is becoming how do you call it, our culture not to be able to enforce some of these things. So I believe going forward, we would put the human face somewhere and then deal with the matter as it is, so that at least the minimum safety cover would be enforced to ensure that people are better able to deal with fires when they come with these portable devices.
DO2 Desmona Aka, thank you so much for your time. He is the Public Relations Officer for the Ghana National Fire Service. He has joined us for us to talk extensively on the fire situation at various markets and also the challenges that they face as Ghana National Fire Service. Also, we spoke to Engineer Abdullahi Mahama, who is a building and road consultant, specifically to tell us what he makes of the situation at various markets where the Ghana National Fire Service often complains that we don't have the layout so we can douse the flame and all that. But he also indicated that almost all the markets, except for what he knows as KJTIA, do not meet the standard. So what really is the standard? We'll have to sit down and work around it and get that conversation going. So in the near future, we do not have fire situations happening. But Chris, over 400 cases, fire situation just in the first month of the year, and the month hasn't even ended. But I think this is better because what he said is the previous year, the month of January, same period, they recorded 800.
So this is half.
Half of it.
Yeah.
But we still need a lot.
Well, that's a lot still. That's still a lot.
A lot more work has to be done.
And I think I really, I don't want to use the word pity them, but I really feel for them, because in all honesty, after listening to him, I think they're really doing their best.
Yeah, a lot of work
to help the country, and people in the country also do not see that they are doing their best. So I think it's time for people to give them grace, understand what they do. And
the prank calls should end.
Apart from the prank calls, attacking them is a problem.
Yeah, it's also another problem.
Let's not forget that they are also humans. Apart from being humans,
they're doing their work.
Do you understand? And they're also law enforcers at the end of the day. They're trying to also protect you from fire.
Well, this is, but we will keep the conversation going. Maybe in the course of the show, we will come back to it and give you the chance to also call us and tell us what you make of fire outbreak, your experience and all that, if we should have time. But for now, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we have more for you on Breakfast Daily here on Channel One TV.
Are you planning to relocate from your company office or house, whether across cities to another town or halfway around the country? You want a moving company you can depend on to get you there? Let me introduce you to Logistics Movers. We are here to help you every step of the way, from planning the move to unpacking the last box and settling into your office or home. We have the expertise, experience, and market understanding, and offer fast, reliable, and professional transportation services in Ghana. Our main thrust is to successfully move your business, household items safely, on time, and hassle-free. You can call us on 0246 833 539 or 0244 342 465. You can also send us an email to info@logisticsmovers.com or check our website www.logisticsmovers.com. Why expose your company or household items to theft or damages when you are relocating if it's avoidable? Logistics Movers, we help you relocate.
Oh, another payment through Stanbic. Smooth as always.
Imagine making or collecting all payments without leaving your chair. Sounds like magic, right? Nah, it's Stanbic Pay.
Darling, can you please help with the bills, especially at your school fees?
From school fees to utilities, the government and statutory payments to investments, insurance payments, Hajj payments, and more.
Mommy, my fees has been paid.
Just log on to Stanbic Pay and you're set for life.
Please tell me everything has been paid.
No Stanbic account, no queues, no stress, no last-minute panic. Cherish your time and live happier in safety and convenience. Visit stanbicbank.com.gh or call to get started.
Verna is clean, fresh and safe. I'm holding my Verna bottle. No plastic seal, no worries. Open and hear the sound like click. That sound means it's fresh, no trick. No plastic seal, but it's still pure. Cool and clean, you can be sure. Verna leads the brighter way. What takes my doubt away? If it clicks, it's Verna. If it clicks, it's clean. Sip it, feel the difference. Verna water, pure and green. Click, open, sip. Click, open, sip. Chalet Verna, no stress, just sip. Just sip.
This advert is FDA approved.
You get bad mind, no be say you be baddest. Come on, what tell
Rubia, say dear, Yesi Konani Yankasa, Enti, Kanena ne Bosili, Medamu Yashan, Nina, Akem, Anasboy Enterprise, SMN Control say, what's you fear ye? We hear POP ceiling papa, with many design, plasterboard installation, TV unit design, a Cassian Kitwa, and Italian Ahudwina, Obekani neat, Ediamo, Afi, was Sansuya painting, into a Dambia was here, who fret Anasboy Enterprise. They were painting the comma, Ediamo, Afi, window designs bia. Yɛni nyina bi ebia na wodwen sɛ wobesi fie na fie na wobesi no so no wo hia de so bi mada Anasboy Enterprise ST say residential and commercial construction afi where renovation and remodeling surveying bia open no obene kama ediama afi architectural design say ko twi ko brema bae and drawing plans obeye ne neat ediama menua berema ma make am for Anasboy Enterprise and for more esa say wonim de na ne nsa no ye fe come on enti sa open ma mabobo so nyina ejumadiya hwehwe Anasboy Enterprise no ntwa needs locate Anasboy Enterprise our Tantra Hill Amasamai and Ablekuma Canada Junction so open shimwa fre 034-611-3461 Anasboy Enterprise Wunimte Ankasa.
Welcome to the Health Quarters Ghana, where medical science meets everyday life. Join Dr. Gideon Hassan and the irrepressible Clemento Suarez as they tackle health issues.
My name is Dr. Gideon Hassan. I have with me here my co-host Clemento Suarez.
I knew how it felt anytime I started to feel the pain.
Whether it is hernia, breast cancer, cataract, or infertility, the show brings together victims to share their real life stories and experts to debunk myths.
If you wear cotton supporter, and there be a pampers and a benwa or bosom. So you see, instead of it being raw egg, I done it because you know.
Make a date with us every Sunday at 4 p.m. on Channel 1 TV. Don't forget to subscribe on YouTube and all social media platforms at Health Quarters Ghana.
Welcome to The Point of View. This is your favorite current affairs show here on Channel 1 Television. On The Point of View, we pick the right topics, get the right guests, and ask them relevant questions on issues that matter to you.
With the complexities of the issues happening around us on a daily basis, it's the hard-hitting conversations and the probing questions of the point of view.
So what is the Public Account Committee's job?
So what we do is to scrutinize, clarify, and find out why certain infractions have been made.
What do these IMF programs try to do?
The current program is for budget support.
Okay.
There are no projects attached.
That teases apart the twisted entanglements of politics and governance, as well as religious and social discourse. The Point of View brings you the policymakers and duty bearers and drills down to the very bottom of issue.
What authority do you have?
The Point of View airs every Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Hello, you're welcome back. It's still Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV. And we are about to have a discussion, and this discussion is about the end of year ball and awards night that will be happening on the 24th January at the Alisa Hotel. And this is brought to you by the Chef Association of Ghana. So joining me in the studio, we have Chef Amatiwa Pepra, who's the secretary of the Ashanti Regional Chapter of Chefs Association of Ghana, and Chef Georgina Abam Bedu Amfom, who is the Greater Accra Treasurer for the Chefs Association of Ghana. And they're here to tell us all about the end of year ball and awards night. And remember, we had this discussion somewhere in December, but they're here in January. And we're about to ask, what happened? Why are we having it now? And also, where is it going to be happening? And what is all this about? In case you're joining for the first time and didn't hear about it in December. You're welcome, guys. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
How's everything?
Oh, good.
You know, I like chefs on the show. Anytime chefs come on the show, there's always something to munch on. There's always something to prepare. And today you came with cupcakes or muffins and some juice. So definitely there's going to be a little party or say breakfast on Breakfast Daily. All right, so ladies, you are welcome. Like I indicated earlier that we talked about this in December. Yeah. Well, now it's January and we're still talking about it. Why?
So in December, it was supposed to happen on the 6th. Yeah. But when we were doing the planning, we realized we wanted to make it big. Mm-hmm. And with the time that we wanted to do it, there had to be a few changes. Mm-hmm. And so we decided to postpone it to 24th and then make it bigger than we had anticipated.
All right, so talking about making it bigger, how has the preparations been? Is it really going to be big this time around?
It's really going to be big, and there's a lot that we have in store for guests that are coming, performances, good food, that's very important, good drinks, and then talks that would help us in our daily life. So it's going to be.
Right. Okay, so why the end of year awards and ball? Why is it important? Georgina?
Okay. Yeah. So first, chefs are very busy. Yeah. So throughout the year, we are so busy with activities that we don't really have time for ourselves. So we decided to take a day in the year to have our own time and our fun. So the end of year ball is for us and for everyone in our industry. So that day we put off our jackets, put on a gown. So it's a ball.
Yeah, like a real ball.
Yeah, like a real ball. So tuxedos and nightwear, So that's when we put off our jackets, dress in our balls and our tuxedos, and boogie. I tell you, whilst we eat, have fun, network, and everything that night.
That's interesting. I see that you come from the Ashanti Regional chapter, and you are in the Greater Accra. How many chapters do we have?
So for now, the active chapters are 8. Our teachers are 8. We have the Central, the Western, the Ashanti, the Bono, the Northern, and then Upper West. Yeah, so it's 8 for now.
Right, and do you know how many chefs are there in all?
So I can talk for the Ashanti region. Yes, we are around the 250 chefs.
250 registered chefs?
Yes, in the Ashanti region, yes.
So, but what's the benefit of being part of the association?
So, as the Ashantis would say, prior way,
something that has to do with brooms.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
I understand.
Yeah. So if there's one broom, one stick of the broom, when you break it, it's easy to break. But then when it's together, it's difficult. Yes. And so if you are alone in the industry, most of the time you feel, I know. Right. But then you meet people and you realize, okay, so no, wait. What I know, it's not that's all
but you
about.
Can learn from each other.
Learn a lot.
So you're stronger together.
Yes, we are. And then there's a lot to learn and a lot to explore. Right. And then the unity together also helps. Yeah.
Right. So the ball is happening tomorrow.
Yeah.
At the Alisa Hotel.
Yeah.
And people have already bought tickets, right?
They have.
But are there still tickets on sale?
Yes, there are. But it's
not much. Moments. Yeah,
not
exactly.
much. So if you not much. So if somebody wants to, it has to be fast. If not, you won't. Yeah.
Right. Right. So that means people that bought their tickets last year can still come.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
They are.
That's very interesting. That's very interesting. What special activities are going to be happening that night apart from the awards?
So we have a talk from our guest, our speaker, who is.
It's Professor Eunice.
Yeah, Professor Eunice. Yeah. So she'll give us a talk on our team, and then we have an awards night as well. So it's not just the ball. So we are awarding chefs who have done well throughout the year.
Yeah.
And then people, brands who have worked hand in hand with us for few activities and events we did last year.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Yes, please.
So, apart from your special guests, are the other people, other dignitaries that will be coming through?
Yes, so we have reps from the GATOF, Federation of Secretary.
So GATOF is the mother body of all the tourism, the hotels, the chefs, the traditional caterers.
Yeah.
Yes, so they are the mother body. We have some from GTA. We do have from our brands that help us also. So the managers and the CEOs will also be there.
Right,
yes.
And our president.
Right, and your president.
Yes, our president, and then our national programs director will also give us a talk about what will happen this year and what went on last year.
Right. Yeah. So it's important for you to talk about what's going to happen this year. Yeah. When you say what's going to happen this year, is it like, because all of you work in different places, yeah? If you work in different places, are you supposed to act a certain way in those different places? Or this program lineup is just for the association as one?
So, though we have different activities within the region, there are some activities that is national.
Right.
So like every year there's an International Chef's Day that is all over the world, and we do celebrate it in all the regions, and so it's a national thing, but within the regions everyone does. And then we have workshops that are organized for all the regions to come together aside our regional activities that we have. Yes, so there's a lot that goes on.
Okay, that's interesting. So before I let you go, Chef Ama Tiwa, what's your specialty?
So I'm into cakes and pastries.
Oh, so you made them?
She did.
Oh, she did?
Yes.
And Chef Georgina, your specialty too?
I do more food than pastries.
Yeah, but you have some waffles. What's going on?
So these are a few competitions I've participated in. There are some I won, there are some I played second, there are some I was third.
Right.
Yeah.
That's interesting. And you too, you have some.
Yeah, so this is the executive batch that we have as an executive, yes. And then our regalia, we have all these, like the award she has. The jackets, we did Wafes, as you are saying Wafes, you are seeing Wafes. Yeah, it's a program that we did West African Food Festival.
I can see she would best jollof.
Yes.
Best indigenous meal. A lot of things going. A lot of best. That's nice to see, and you know, congratulations in all your endeavor, and I really wish you luck. So tomorrow is what time?
It's from 6 p.m.
6 p.m. till
Alisa Northridge.
Alisa Northridge till
till your mom calls.
Sunday morning.
This actually sounds very interesting because I know that there's going to be a lot of food.
Yeah.
But wait, since the chefs are celebrating, who's cooking for the chefs?
That's the thing. So the chefs are cooking for the chefs.
That's very interesting. So any word to your sponsors?
Yes, please. So first, we'd want to thank Channel One for always being our media partners. And also we want to say a very special thank you to Alisa Hotel, to Belacqua, to My Lady, to Royal Almond, to Gigi's Kitchen, to Ghana Menu, to Prime Culinary, and then to Scale Up Kitchen Solutions. And also we say thank you to Hospitality Solutions.
Right. Okay. That's nice. It's really nice talking to you. And I see that I have some breakfast today. What do we have here?
So it's cupcakes.
Cupcakes?
Yes. Yeah.
What flavors?
So it's vanilla, and then there are fruits. So there are few pieces of mixed fruits in it. Yes.
All right, I can see some raisins on this one already.
Exactly.
And that's where my eye is on. So, well, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
It's like you actually heard our cry, because this is called Breakfast Daily.
Yeah.
And on Fridays, we start the show very early and go through 11 a.m. And sometimes it can be tiring. So yeah, this is going to help us with some energy. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all about the Chefs Association of Ghana's end of year and ball awards night that's going to be happening tomorrow at the Alisa Hotel, the 24th of January, tomorrow. And if you've already bought your ticket, don't be scared. You can still use it. Like they said earlier, it was supposed to happen in December, but it's been moved to tomorrow. So if you have your tickets, it's now time to use the tickets. Go and have fun with the chefs, and congratulations to all the chefs for all the hard work that they've done. I mean, all these places wouldn't be anything without the chefs, the restaurants, the hotels, and, you know, even our homes sometimes. So thank you so much for all that you've done. Now, it's time for us to get some breather, and that is where we're going to be taking you back to some music. And when we come back, we'll continue the conversations right here on Breakfast Daily.
Edia sumdeba, Simuma and Febon and asukre wo mu fache na edi asukre ba si mu ma yen fe bonenje eno na eka yen bomu fache o oh fache o bide na fache mi o fache o fache mi o fache o bide fache mi o oh oja Bisubio, Makopie obi manso. Ni amedi. Eni bia medampo. Enwa ye ni amame. Nasu ni nyine muno. Besi me pose. Meye jumade. Na se mi Jessica. Me de kwashe me busia. Ebusia wu trentino. Makopie obi manso. Ni amedi. Eni bia medampo. Enwa ye ni amame. Nasu ni nyine muno. Besi me pose. Elom Benny. Na se mi Jessica. Me de kwashe me busia. Misubio, Okwentunye, Misubio, Esa Komechi, Misubio, Okwentunye, Misubio, Esa Komechi, Misubio, Okwentunye, Misubio, Esa Komechi, Misubio. Alright. Woo! Coming to you from the grassroots band. Well dogs. Yeah. Beware of dogs. Beware of dogs. Beware of dogs. They'll kill you, so beware of them. Beware of dogs. Beware of dogs. Beware of dogs. They will do what? You can secretly kill you. Fire. Yes, beware of dogs. Beware of dogs, they are hunting in the night with their teeth so sharp, they are ready to bite. Beware of dogs, they are hunting in the night with their teeth so sharp, they are ready to bite. Oh, in the jungle, what will kill your soul for? Be vigilant, my friends, beware of dogs. In the jungle, what will kill your soul for? Be vigilant, my friends, beware of dogs. Beware of dogs. Beware of dogs. Beware of dogs. They can secretly kill you. Beware of dogs, oh. Beware of dogs. Hey. Beware of dogs. Human beings can be dogs sometimes. Beware of dogs. They can secretly kill you. Of the wild, where danger lies, beware of those with their piercing eyes. In the heart of the wild, where danger lies, beware of those with their piercing eyes. They are lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce. They are foes through the night. They are very violent. They are lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce. They are foes through the night. They are ready violent. Hey, beware of dogs. Human beings can be dogs sometimes. Beware of dogs. Hey. of dogs say they can secretly do you. We're telling you, beware of dogs. Beware of dogs. Beware of dogs. They can secretly do you. Beware of dogs, my brother. Beware of dogs, sister. Beware of dogs, Uncle Sonny. Beware of dogs, Odialo. Beware of dogs, baby. Beware of dogs, my sister. Beware of dogs. That's right. Happy yourself. Yes, another song on our upcoming album. Happy yourself, everybody. Thank God it's Friday. Woo! Happy yourself, cause happiness is medicinal. It is medicinal. Hey, babe, what's on the way? We're not giving. Happy yourself, cause happiness is medicinal. It is medicinal. In the high life groove, let the melody city, let your body groove. In every step and every move, find the happiness, oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. In the morning, when I see the sunrise, realities of this world, the crashes the hardest of life, crashes down on my shoulders. Oh, it keeps me thinking, how else can meet for the betterment of my family. Oh, it's not easy. After all is said and done, lift your spirit high and a joyful heart and a dancing soul and a high life. Baby, happy yourself, cause happiness is medicinal. It is medicinal. Happy yourself, cause happiness is medicinal. It is medicinal. Obey. Obey. Happy yourself, baby. Don't let the struggle sway you down. No. Silver. As the music play in the high life groove, find your own highway, embrace the joy, and let your soul be free. So happy yourself, happy yourself, happy yourself, and let it be.
And that was a grassroots band for you. Happy yourself, because happiness is medicinal, and that is what we need. We are entering the weekend. Today's Friday, tomorrow Saturday, and Sunday we'll come back to work. So for this short period, you don't want to happy yourself, because happiness, they say, is medicinal. But for now, we will be entering our communities and bring you what is happening in various communities. This week we've been very big on roads, but today we are doing something different on set. Chris, this morning when we were talking about the fire situation, the Ghana National Fire Service mentioned that most of the places they are recording the fire situation is as a result of illegal connection.
Yeah.
That means you have stable electricity and you've chosen to do sort of illegal. But this community we are moving to, they do not have electricity at all.
It's
and even when it
ironic.
comes to, yes, and when it comes to network for phone calls, it's also another problem. This community is called Yazori, and this is in the Savannah region. Our correspondent, the Gazari, found this report. Let's bring you that report after we have conversations on that.
Residents say the situation becomes critical during emergencies as poor mobile network coverage makes it difficult to place agent calls or access help. Mobile money transactions are often disrupted, forcing some residents to walk to the outskirts of the community and stand under a tree just to get a signal.
Before around this area, before we do call, unless we hang our phones on this before we're able to get network, or we go on top of a hill, or sometimes unless you climb a top of a tree before you get network. So to get network to communicate to our other families in the nearby towns is very, very, very difficult.
I'm Kuleti, Fuba in charge phone, Colotoro, Fuba in work caller. Kolotoro nsanyi amuku network ami mbia anyesa manika kasa anyesa network na nkasa let na mu ya zorto fuba yin warkola kala ashen papasu na nsanyi ko na fita fogba ya wota kushen tersuko bimba funa fiya wor call ko funa kanishi purba call manyi kola wara mkweno binye yura yo awor kola ndomo network na bayekin
ya zori ashentirsubu kamalgane yile fe malga nkolisi gwamnati wokike ne kan ler e fuluso kasa ne eti basu to ambe sa ne obacha nyuto amuku network amba yin war call mfe na ambe ba mbayile nwari call amba mbene e fwala nkubola mmene sede fuyile foli.
Speaking to Channel 1 News, the sub-chief of Yazori, on behalf of the chief, appealed to the district chief executive and central government to urgently extend electricity to the community and improve telecommunication services.
Anyekole kamana ni disi epembrana nbure ano ambe diere kasintentu na china ken kumukama anye dena anya gane bina anye kol mugambe danke ni komuto kanana anye wura na anya gwelu basu to dena bokabo.
The assembly member for the Kumbo electoral area, Abdelkader Lamin, said an electrification project for the area started in 2016 but stalled after a change in government.
Now if it is that we call an ambulance to come and pick somebody. If the person is sick here, they have sent him to the hospital, maybe the clinic, the chief's compound, and then it's like we cannot, handle the person here. We would want an ambulance to come and pick the person to Damango. Now the route too is a problem. The network also, how to call somebody from Damango to come here is also a problem. There's no network connection. So we will want to plead with chief and those who can also support and talk to the authority to also support us to get those things.
So you saw the residents of Yazori and also the assembly member making their concerns known to the general public and saying that, hey, we do not have electricity, we do not have network connectivity even for phone calls, and it's actually making our life very difficult. And someone may ask, and this is 24th century, but we need to get the dynamics of the place right. And our colleague or our correspondent, Malik Gazari, who is in the Savannah region, is joining us to give us more details of what the people are saying. Malik, good morning.
Good morning, Philip.
Let's understand better. Where is Yazori located in the Savannah region?
Yes, Yazori is located in the North Gunja district and Daboya Mankarogo constituency.
Is it a community one would term as a less privileged or an underprivileged community?
Yeah, Philip, with this, I will even say if there's another word which is more than this, we can even use it, because They have been living in darkness for more than decades till today.
And this community, what do these individuals do predominantly, like their occupation?
Yes, the occupation, they are farmers and also traders.
Tell us more about the situation there when it comes to the network and also the electricity. We understand if you have to travel long distances to get network to make phone calls, and they are not also getting when it comes to the transaction, financial transaction and all that. Tell us more about that.
Yes, the residents of Yazore trek or move an hour or more, depending on the means of transport, to the nearby village, that is Pulumbu, where the two communities or the two towns used to struggle for this with this challenge. But Pulumbu, they were privileged to have this electricity before the 2016 elections, and due to that, the Yazore, they now depend on Pulumbu for electricity and sometimes for adequate telecommunication network. And the only place that the residents of Yazore can get access to network is just a shade that they tie their phones on, and when the network is in, when you pick your phone out of the rope, you wouldn't get the network again. So the rope must be on the phone must be hanging on the rope whilst you make the call. And if you can't even place it on you can't even mute it. It must be loud, and everyone must hear the conversations you are having. With regards to the mobile money transactions, the residents are saying that most of them are traders, and they can't even transact business with their business partners and also other suppliers that they normally deal with, because most of them transport their farm produce to the southern part of the country, which has been a headache to them.
Right, but how come they are able to still do business with this sort of situation?
Yes, Chris. With this, and that the truck drivers or their partners, they don't communicate with them. They see them once a while. So sometimes what they normally do is that they move to Pulumbu then to communicate. But if you are not privileged to get to Pulumbu to charge your phone and also to get a network, meaning you'll be short of your ingredients and other products that you sell. So the supplier, in his own discretion or in his own time, comes around to supply you. So they are always at the risk that if my produce gets finished, if not that my supplier comes around, I can't even call nor even to message someone to get me some for a car to bring it to the town.
Wow. So you made mention of the fact that this has been the situation for a very long time, but when you went there, per the conversation you had with the assembly member, maybe you also had some conversation with the MC or the DC of the area. Did they tell you that they have tried getting the issue resolved?
Yes, with the conversation with the assembly member, he said that they started the project with the nearby village that now have electricity. That's Pulumbu. That was 2016. And poles were erected, cables were mounted on. And due to the change of government, up to date, it has been stilled. Nothing has been done. Not even a piece of transformer has been mounted on one of the poles to connect them to the national grid.
Wow. So this particular situation, how is it having a toll on one, education, health, because that they will depend heavily on electricity, and they also depend on some sort of network to make calls. Assessing the situation from your side as a reporter, what did they tell you in this regard?
Yes. In terms of education, they are even lacking a junior high school currently as we speak. They only have a nursery or kindergarten to primary 6. And as we speak, some what they call ICT, modern ICT, these students have no access to it, and they don't also have access to electricity even when they come home to study at night. And even after that, when they come when they are done with their basic 6, they trek back to the next village or the next 2 villages for junior high education. And with regards to the health too, just recently that the SOCO project came and built a health facility for them, and which they mounted solar panels for the facility. And with this solar panels, Philip, you can also bear with me that not always that they can have adequate sunshine or sunrise to power this solar panels. So which means once a while they'll always have problems even in the facility.
Oh, okay. So if I get you right, there's a little solution to it with a solar panel. That's it, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, but not all the households there do have solar panels.
It's only the health facility.
Yeah. The
health facility that SOCO built that have the solar panel.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. Lazare, thank you so much for your time. We are grateful and keep monitoring event there for us. I think, well, if that's the situation, there should be a little fixing of the problem. I know
it is actually very hard.
With the network situation.
Yeah.
Rashid Tanko, we've actually called him before
on a situation like this,
situations like this, and he indicated that there are plans, or they're doing a little survey to get locations or communities that are having these challenges, and they'll find ways to work around it. So that is the Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communication, GIFEC, and that is what the CEO of GIFEC, Rashid Tanko Computer, that's what he said. But I'm sure that maybe in their working, they will be able to get situations like these resolved, because I wouldn't know how I'll feel to have my phone hang.
You know, I saw the phones hanging. I honestly thought that it was just to design the area to show that, okay, that this is a place where you can actually charge your phone. That's what I thought. Not knowing you're hanging the phones actually to get network, and then call the phone while it's hanging, or call the number you want to call while it's hanging, and speak in the open.
Anyway, so we have the District Chief Executive for North Gonja, Abdullahi Nasiru, who is joining us. Honorable, good morning.
Fine morning.
The situation at Yazori, no electricity, and they having network challenge. Has it come to your attention?
Yes, let me first of all say good morning to you and good morning to your viewers. Yes, it has come to our attention.
Tell us about it, and also what you know has been done about it.
Yes, Yazori community is among about 36 or close to 40 communities that are in the district without a telecommunication network. When we assumed power, what we did was to make sure that we collate names of all the communities without telecommunication network and then electricity. And Yazori was part of the list. And looking at the place, it's one of the communities found in a particular zone we call Hangar Zone. So this zone is the deprived area in the district, because they lack electricity, lack telecommunication network, and also more travel routes. So what we did was to collate the names and then move to GFEC, and then we had that interaction with the chief executive, and we forwarded this list to him, and we requested that something need to be done about this particular area. So our interaction with him, he said he will, they are coming out with a new policy or a new way of ensuring that rural areas like Yazori are connected to the network. So we are still doing follow-up and then hoping that something positive will come out of it.
All right, so while you're doing follow-ups and, you know, going to them, did they give you any timeline as to when everything will be set or when even work will start?
Yes, timeline wasn't clearly stated, but we were told that very soon that particular project will come out, and then they want to make it in a way that it will be long-lasting and also able to cover a whole lot of areas. Because we've had instances in the past where we've gotten the network max, and then at the end of the day, it only covers 8-kilometer radius, and then that actually not help most of the communities. So they are coming out with a network policy that can cover most areas.
Okay, so that on the network side. What of the electricity?
Yes, electricity. It has also, as I mentioned, the same thing was done, and then also forwarded to Energy Ministry. Just quite recently, officers from Energy Ministry visited the district, and then Yazori community or that particular enclave was also, or the feasibility studies or the taking of coordinates was done. So we're only hoping that very soon the people in the area will get both the electricity and then the lights, and that as well as the road network.
And the road network, how bad are they, the roads?
Yes, the road, there's a particular highway road from Damongo to Larbanga up to a community called Bowina, and it passes through Yazori. That road is very deplorable now. It needs a serious rehabilitation. And to the district capital, Daboya, there's the link from the Yazori to Caputo, which is still not constructed, but is part of the rules that just quite recently there was also a feeder road engineer who came around to also take some coordinates and then to look at how far it is, and then that data was also taken to Damongo. So we are hoping that that particular road to also be worked on very soon.
But Honorable, looking at the way things are going, I want to make a little connection here. How are they getting health delivery and also safe drinking water? Are there challenges with those things too?
Yes, for health delivery, just a couple of months ago, we commissioned a chief's compound at the community. And that chief's compound is the Save Yazori and the environment, other communities around. So because of the electricity challenge it was solar energy or solar panel were done to power the facility. And also, with regards to water, some boreholes were drilled and they are currently working. And even there was also another water system with a polytank drilled around the facility to provide water to the facility and also to serve parts of the community. But plans are also far advanced to add more boreholes, especially the mechanized one, just to serve the people.
But can you share with us the population of the community?
The community is about 700 people, close to.
Not so big.
Not so big, but when you look at other communities around, it's a place which probably, when you put them together, it should be around 2,000.
Wow, 2,000. And that particular community, will you say that they have better education system? You've mentioned all other sectors. What of the education?
Yes, for now it has a primary school.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it has a primary school, and then the challenge is getting a good accommodation for teachers, for them to at least reside there and then teach the peoples. But due to these issues we just mentioned, the electricity, the network, and then the road network, the teachers are not comfortable or are not always residing in the community, which is a big challenge. So we hope that when these things are worked on, at least it will attract more teachers to the community and also let them to stay there and then teach our young ones.
Wow. But with the teachers, the nurses, and other service providers, is it that most people reject postings to this community?
Not, I said, they are not rejecting, but the person will go, but the way you would have loved that the person will stay in the community and then serve the people the way it's supposed to be, that is what is lacking. Because the person will go all right, but the other things that they will need, the things that will make them comfortable, they have to commute. Some of them have to, at any point in time, come to the district capital to access these social amenities or these social things that will make them comfortable. So, in view of that, it will have few people who would like to stay there or like to be posted there.
Wow.
All right, but I just want to ask them, this is obviously not new to you people or people from the community. This has been going on for a while. Even though your government just came into power, how have they been managing before all that?
Yeah, in the past, the area, when you look at it in the past administration, I mean NDC administration, plans were far advanced to connect the place, especially to electricity. So because of that, the place is poles have been erected, the place wired, and it was just left with few things to be done before the place is connected to the grid. But since leaving power, and then the next administration couldn't continue with this project. So the people have been living in this situation for the past 8 years. So I believe if it was continued, the place would have been, at least if nothing at all, there would have been life in that community. then the other things probably would have followed because it appears lights, electricity drives all these things that we are talking about.
This the Daboya Mankarigu constituency, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And what has been the collaboration between yourself and the MP like to? We know it has to do with lobbying, trying to get investors into these areas, or try and get benevolent people to do some. Government cannot do all in terms of the health, the education, and maybe bringing in more solar panels into the community. What has been that push like?
Yes, all what I talked about, collating the names and then coming out with this thing, it has been working in hand with the Member of Parliament. Any time at all, I get to Accra or he comes to the community, these issues are given to him, and then he push it at the top there, and whatever information that will further the cause, he gets in touch with me for me to provide him with that information. So we have been working hand in hand. In a matter of fact, he's the one even doing much of the pushing at the top there, and then ensuring that the people work on that.
So you mean Shaibu Mahama? He's the one pushing.
Yes, Lord Shaibu Mahama.
Okay, that's
yes.
fine.
So even quite recently, he was the one who even worked and then actually pushed the individuals who came around from the energy ministry, because the information was given to me through him that these people will be coming around to check areas where we've collated and sent earlier. So we have been working hand in hand and to ensure that the people get the electricity and other things that I mentioned.
Abdullahi Nasiru, thank you so much for your time. District Chief Executive for North Gonja, and he is sharing her concerns with us concerning the Yazori issue, a community without network and also electricity. But he has indicated that plans are far advanced to ensure that the concerns raised by these residents there are addressed, and also get them network. We know GIFEC has been doing something about it, so they've had conversations with GIFEC, i.e. the CEO of GIFEC, that's Rashid Tanko Computer, and also John Jinapo, who is the energy minister, has also been informed when it comes to the electricity situation. There's a community that has about 700 individuals or residents there, and it tells you that it's quite small, but they need what is due them when it comes to electricity and also network connection. I was telling Chris that I don't know how I'd be able to hang my phone and be waiting for network, and as soon as I get small network, I have to communicate to a relative in Accra. Yeah, loudly.
Yeah, because you cannot even take it up.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, do they bring their threads?
Hear me.
Their ropes?
Well, I don't know. Maybe we should have asked Gazari the details of the rope, and maybe if that one is also for. I really don't know how they work around it, but I think that Gazari has said a lot about the situation in the community. He is a correspondent in the Savannah region, so he went to Yazori to tell us what is happening in Yazori. And trust me, before we came on air, having seen this report, I was asking myself, well, I've not had a community called Yazori before, but with community focused here on Channel One TV, certainly you are going to get to see a number of communities within the country and what really their challenges are. Ghana is not Accra. Ghana goes beyond Accra. So I don't know, but staying in a community, you do not have electricity, you do not have network. Maybe you want to text me, you want to send me a message on that 0204 44 7033. Let's find out from you how you'd be able to live in a community like that without electricity and network. Because I'm even doubting how they will be able to even watch us to see that we are talking about that issue. Yes. And maybe, as the district chief executive has mentioned, the MP of the area Shaibu Mahama may be doing something about this whole situation, you would want to also lobby and get some benevolent individuals to go in. So with entities or organizations, when you are thinking of having your corporate social responsibility, that is a CSR, you would want to take some to these communities and at least better the lives of people who are citizens. They are citizens. They aren't far away from the other ones that we know in this country. So you'd want to also help them. And also he spoke about the road condition, which is in a deplorable state. So if you are deprived or you are cut away from network, you're also cut away from road. It tells you that
there's a lot going on that you are missing.
You're like on an island, like
you're alone.
You're alone, like you are staying all alone. But anyway, we'll try and connect with a teacher shortly and see what he can also tell us, because you know that surely this is having a toll on education. Fortunately, we have Tanko Computer joining us. Hello, good morning, sir.
Good morning, my brother. How are you?
I'm doing well. You are the Chief Executive Officer of GIFEC, so we are happy at least we have you online joining us. Yazori, we understand there aren't, the residents there do not have network connectivity when it comes to phone calls or maybe going about their day-to-day activities, i.e. Momo or that. Has this come to your attention as the CEO of GIFEC?
Let me say good morning to you and your cherished viewers across the globe. Is that which community?
Yazori. It's in the Savannah region. It's in there, yes.
Yeah. Good. Yes, I'm aware of the challenges of this network connectivity in most of our rural areas. As a government, when we came in and inherited these huge challenges across the country. Barely 950 sites were built and connected when we came in. So we had to do something fast about it because it's very important when you are talking of digitization and the communities are not connected, then your guess is as good as mine. So we took it upon ourselves, and I can assure you, just last year, 2025, we connected 320 communities across the country. 320. This year we've started 460 communities that we are going to connect. Savannah is part of it. We are doing about 31 communities in Savannah region alone this year. So the community you've mentioned, I'm sure they will be covered. What we do is that we do coordinates in the areas to make sure that we are using the roaming technology, and so we will take one community, mount our cell site, get a donor site, and then we backhaul to the main telecos so that our communities can, and we cover over 100 kilometers radius. So when we put our one community, it covers a lot of communities, adjoining communities around there. So we'll take it on board. The Yazori community, I can assure them this year, that difficulties they have will be thing of the past.
But we also understand that this has been in like that for a very long time. Though you've given assurances, what is the timeline like? Is there any timeline you are working with from your outfit to get these issues resolved? And do we have a lot of communities that are facing this challenge? So though you've mentioned fears, over 400 that you are tackling this year, you've already dealt with over 300 communities and on all that. But do we still have a lot more communities without network?
Very well, it's true. In fact, we have a lot of communities with our network, a lot of them. Especially when you go to the hinterland lands, you see that they are completely cut off, and that has led to a lot of robbery and some high crimes being committed in those areas because there's no network. Nobody can connect to the urban areas, and so these challenges are there. We have them. In fact, we have them, a lot of them, especially if you go to the Western North region, Western region, Savannah, Northeast, Northern regions, Upper East, Upper West, and then the OT regions. And to the last extent, the Volta region, we have a lot of communities without network. But we are doing something about it. That's why I'm saying we inherited this challenge, and His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has tasked us to make sure that we use solutions that can connect these communities, in fact, cost-effective solutions. And so we have been dealing with our partners and then PPP arrangement. In fact, we have gotten some companies who are interested in going to rural telephony, and then we are partnering with them so that they can roll out in areas that government will not be able to, because it all boils down to funds. And that is why we are reviewing our act. In fact, the act that we have currently is out of purpose. So we are reviewing that in order to generate more resources so that we can provide more cell sites in the communities so that they can also enjoy this network connectivities.
You made mention of funds for the people in the rural areas to enjoy connectivity. How much, in your view, do you think will be needed to get almost every community in this country to have network?
That's a lot of money. It involves a lot of money for now. In fact, government last year committed over, in fact, 70 million Ghana cedis to the rural telephony, and that has assisted us to connect this over 300 communities, and we are starting the 460 this year again. So these things, it involves a lot of money, and we only get our resources from the 1% payment from the telecos. You know, they pay us 1% quarterly from the revenue they get from each of the telecos, and that is what we use to run our activities. It's not a subvented agency, and then so that's we want to review it and try to move it from the 1% to 3% at least. That will generate more money so that we can reach out to a lot of communities, because it is not only the rural telephony that we are in. We are also into cyber labs. That is connecting our rural schools to internet service, and as well as computer labs for training, as well as our community information centers, the CICs. So a lot of activities are being carried out under GFEC, but all this boils down to resources. Government is committed. This year, another budgetary allocation has been made for the rural telephony aspect, and then we are looking at it. Let's hope that the good people of Parliament, I mean our members of Parliament, will see the wisdom of passing the bill that will be brought to them, so that we can get this 3% increase in the revenue that we generate from the telecos and other internet service providers, so that we can do more to our rural communities.
All right, so if you're talking about 3% from the telcos and the internet providers, does that mean it will somehow trickle down to the consumer or the customer of the telcos? That's being you and I.
No, that's not the case. You see, what happened is that they calculate their revenue for a quarter, and then they pay that percentage to us. I mean, so it doesn't necessarily mean they have to increase their they have to pass that one to their subscribers. No, that is not the case. I mean, that has been this. And if you look at it, because of our rural side, we give them more customers. They get more customers because the customers there are not our customers. In fact, because we only provide the network, the cell site, then they use that. Because we are using roaming, they use our cell site and then use the main telecos like MTN, Telecel, or AT to make the calls and then data. So they get more customers when we provide cell sites for the communities. And so in that case, that's how so some kind of symbiotic relationship between GFEC and then the telecos. So the more we extend to the communities, the more the telecos get more customers, and then their revenue portfolio increases, at least so that they can give us this percentage, so that we can continue to extend, so that to capture more customers for them.
All right. So talking about this community, as I know you are looking at working with these people that you talked about for an increase, but then again, the community is going through a lot with electricity, with telecommunication and all that. Is there a way to say that, okay, say by the end of 6 months, we will start working with them? Can you give a timeline as to when you would even start? Because right now, I know you're trying to put your house together, but at the end of the day, the community still needs you to help them.
Very well. I can assure them by second quarter. In fact, this quarter, we have started moving the equipment to the Savannah. I told you Savannah region is one of the areas that we want to zoom in. We have taken the coordinates in these communities. I do know that about 10 communities in the Savannah region are going to have a new cell site, complete new cell site. And as soon as we power those new cell sites, a lot of adjoining communities are going to be hooked up. And so currently, as we speak now, the equipment are being moved from the warehouse to Savannah region, and the installation should not take us more than 3 months to finish the installation and then powering them. So hopefully by second quarter, they should expect some level of connectivities in their communities.
Well, Rashid Tanko Computer, thank you so much. Always a pleasure having you. He is the Chief Executive Officer of GIFEC, and they are in charge of rural network when it comes to telecommunication, or they get in network for calls and also some sort of connectivity there. And he has made mention of plans far advanced to get the situation addressed. That is a Yazori conversation. I think it has opened, is a key that has opened the door to a lot of conversation on this. And I think that if the government is able to achieve this, it will really be good. Reason is you even go to areas within the eastern region, just behind in Sawam, and you do not have network connectivity. People struggle. So if I'm sending 50 Ghana cedis or 20 Ghana cedis to a relative in the rural area, it's going to be difficult.
It's stressful.
Yes, stressful. Because I can't even move there and say, hey, get the 20 Ghana cedis or 30 Ghana cedis by road. So I think that has to be worked on and addressed. But anyway, that has been the conversation from our community today. We went to the Savannah region, a community in called Yazori, where we brought you their challenges that has to do with electricity and network. We'll take a quick break here. When we come back, entertainment.
Nation full of questions, where truth often hides behind noise, one show dares to ask what truly matters face to face. With fearless clarity and a quest for accountability, host Umaru Sanda Amadou sits down with the movers and shakers of politics, governance, society, and business, confronting the issues that define our national conversation.
Yes, I am Umaru Sanda Amadou. This is Face to Face, and you're welcome.
I say very often on the floor of Parliament that when we were in government, we got some things right, we got some things wrong.
Are you still planning to go to Parliament, or you want to look at National Party office position?
No, I'll be going back to Parliament. There's an unfinished business which I need to do.
Sports has 3 legs: development, management, and promotion.
Disintegration is extreme. We do not wish that even on your worst enemy.
Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou on Face to Face as he digs deeper, challenges power, and reveals the stories shaping Ghana's future. Only on Channel One TV.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, you should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebal. How Zebal there?
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
Moria picky, picky.
Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. What's the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive. Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama, catch the excitement every Friday.
Welcome to the Health Quarters Ghana, where medical science meets everyday life. Join Dr. Gideon Assan and the irrepressible Clemento Suarez as they tackle health issues.
My name is Dr. Gideon Assan. I have with me here my co-host, Clemento Suarez.
I knew how it felt anytime I started to feel the pain.
Whether it is hernia, breast cancer, cataract, or infertility, the show brings together victims to share their real life stories and experts to debunk myths.
If you wear cotton supporter, and there be a pampers and a benwa or bosom. So you see, instead of it being raw egg, I done it because you don't know.
Make a date with us every Sunday at 4 p.m. on Channel 1 TV. Don't forget to subscribe on YouTube and all social media platforms at Health Quarters Ghana.
Abstain. Why abstain? I have been seeing through your shenanigans all night. I thought I told you that I didn't want to see that girl in this house again.
A mixed bag of emotions and incidents, Ghanaian family and intergenerational drama. Some not so good.
That boy, that womanizer.
You are old enough. I would like you to man up.
In other cases, not so bad.
So does he see in her that he's not seeing in me? Look at me.
Eugene and Anekia made a choice.
You won't believe what Pam and Anekia have done to me.
Watch out for So, a brand new series from GH Media Productions. So, Thursday at 7:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Welcome to The Point of View. This is your favorite current affairs show here on Channel 1 Television. On The Point of View, we pick the right topics, get the right guests, and ask them relevant questions on issues that matter to you.
With the complexities of the issues happening around us on a daily basis, it's the hard-hitting conversations and the probing questions of The Point of View.
So what is the Public Account Committee's job?
So what we do is to scrutinize, clarify, and find out why certain infractions have been made.
What do these IMF programs try to do?
The current program is for budget support.
Okay.
There are no projects attached.
That teases apart the twisted entanglements of politics and governance, as well as religious and social discourse. The Point of View brings you the policymakers and duty bearers and drills down to the very bottom of issue.
What authority do you have?
The Point of View airs every Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Habibi, my people, welcome to Dubai. My name is Sheikh Alkal bin Maktoum. Okay, so I am Caleb, right? Caleb Kuda is my name, and this is Beyond Borders on Channel 1 Television. We are in Dubai. So join me. Let us explore the allure, the beauty, and the reality of life and living it in Dubai through the eyes and the experiences of our compatriots.
Imagine 6 people, 10 people sharing a common room together.
If you're not to match your chinampe, no complain there in the sense, why you are share one rooms now? It doesn't smell pleasant. Or haunting no complaints now, baby, until if you're
Dubai is one of the most organized, highly resourced, and well-endowed countries you would find.
You've been here for 7 months.
Yes.
Without a job.
Yeah.
How is it like?
So hard.
Tell me about it.
Struggling, renting and feeding is so hard.
Every frame per second of their lives in Dubai tells a story. And we've got it all captured right here on Beyond Borders, only on Channel One Television. So don't get told, don't miss out. Catch these compelling stories of Ghanaians in Dubai only on Beyond Borders on Channel One TV.
Beyond Borders airs every Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. only on Channel One TV and is brought to you by Copen Hospitality.
See, the way I've been suffering here. Finally, God has listened to my prayers. Let me tell you something. This interview I come to do, if you not get me, man, Ayuba already there. At the Vipers Ayuba, I want a nice looking lady. Nice one like that.
Get ready for all the shenanigans, the gossip, the gisting, and the jiving. The typical happenings at a Ghanaian pub, aka Sports.
Everything was sauce. Charlie, this one no suspicion. So good.
I see the girl she get you. Hey, but just now as they bring the truth, some scene will happen for the counter back there, man.
No, I'm here with these guys trying to prepare a surprise proposal party for you. And you are here chilling with this guy.
Don't miss this fun and engaging TV series, Junction 5, on Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. only on Channel One TV.
People, welcome back. It's still Breakfast Daily right here on Channel One TV, and of course, you know what happens every Friday by this time. But if you don't know and you're just joining us for the first time, it's time for us to talk some entertainment, and that is why Fifi Anand is here with us today. Fifi.
Hi, Chris. I've missed you.
Let's take a breather. It looks like you're.
Hey.
Let's go. Let's do. Again.
I rushed to go and chase my degree, but I'm here now. Yeah.
How are you?
I'm all right. How about you?
I'm fine, thank you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. This is the first time we are meeting on set this year, right?
Yes.
I've missed you so much.
Oh.
Big Phil.
Yeah. Are we every day?
Yeah, every day. Yeah.
What's the first thing we are going to talk about on entertainment?
Let's begin on a rather sad note. Legendary Ghanaian gospel artist, veteran, Yaw Sarpong has passed away. You know, some months back, that's last year, Mami Tiwa passed away, right? And so, according to reports, they were trying to keep the passing of Mami Tiwa away from him.
Oh.
Yeah. So he found out quite recently, and 2 days later he died. Yeah.
That's sad.
Yeah. And
that's sad because I know very well when the issue of Mami Tiwa, Yaw Sarpong, the wife issue came out, who were laying accusations and allegations against Tiwa and Yaw Sarpong in though they do the work together, there were issues that Yaw Sarpong is being taken care of by Mami Tiwa, and also the wife wasn't in the picture anymore.
Yeah.
It created a whole lot of conversation.
Yeah.
People were talking about it. And I saw a comment when Yaw Sarpong passed on, a comment that said that truly Mami Tiwa was the one taking care of you. Yeah, but well, I really don't know. But all we can say is, may their gentle souls rest in perfect peace.
Yeah. So according to reports, he kept asking, "Where's Mami Tiwa? Where's Mami Tiwa?" Because he himself is not well. So it would be unwise to break that news to him in that state. So
it could be that he heard it on media.
I doubt.
Or somebody may have gone ahead to break it.
If you're aware, he's also not well, so he probably will not be allowed to use his phone, stress himself and all that.
Wow.
Yeah.
This sad. But like I indicated, may their gentle souls rest in perfect peace.
What's your favorite song from them, though?
I think the people who sang how they
Yeah.
sang, now swing. Wamani.
Wamani and is now swing. You are.
That song they used to sell medicine.
Oh, real?
Yeah.
I
Because
normally
harness sing.
So why?
So the medicine.
Why will it be the theme song for medicine?
Because it's in line. What is your issue? And you are crying.
Right.
You understand? There is it can be resolved with God. So the help has come to your doorstep. That is the medicine. Into Ohana Wono.
Like big foggy experience. Why is there some medicine before?
Only Mercy Cree.
Okay. Nice.
So I like that part that song of this. And then those days when I'm going to church with my dad, say in the 90s, then you see that they are playing the music in most churches that you
and funerals.
Sunday mornings.
And at funerals as well.
Of Yao Sapon and Mami Tiwa. I think they paid their dues.
Yeah, they've done well.
And I had you on I think was it Traffic Branch?
Yeah.
And I think DJ Mingle also playing it on Traffic Avenue.
Yeah.
They started with
for
the
him,
breakfast show.
I have like a personal. I'm pretty close.
Oh, yeah,
his manager then, that's Ofuria Pia, was my mom's very good friend.
Oh, okay.
So that whole family. We used to know them because we used to stay in the same house.
Oh, wow.
It was a compound house.
Yeah, so that's a song playing.
We used to be together. So it was a very good, interesting time. But I mean, ever since they stopped working, we've not been in contact anymore. So yeah.
But how did you hear the news too?
Oh, it was quite sad. It was quite sad hearing that he passed. The only thing I don't like is the whole controversy that they are trying to stir up again.
Right.
With his passing and everything. I mean, the man is gone, he's gone. We should stop that thing of once somebody passes, that's when we try to stir up controversy and the woman passed and he had it and 2 years later he passed. He tells what was going on between the two of them and all of those things. I mean, he's not here to actually say his side of the story. So I think we should just let it go, let it rest again. I mean, let's respect the dead.
Right.
And honor him in his death. That's all I have to say about this.
It's a sad moment for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm really soaking the song.
Oh, are you reminiscing?
Why didn't so whatever you are going through in this world, God knows.
And there's this power that comes with listening to their music. I don't know. No matter how unrighteous you think you are, you feel it.
Yeah. He did a song with Sarkodie as well.
Yes. Yeah. He has a song with Sarkodie.
He has good records actually.
Yeah.
No, like he has good records, but will his estate be managed well in his passing? We need to find out.
So at least if you are going through anything, you would want to listen to the song, and you are going to give, you are going to get that morale. There is nothing bigger than God.
Relax.
Anyway, so that is it for Yao Sapon and Mami Tiwa.
There's one big
I've
one
seen,
on the
I've seen Kwesi Arthur.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is the issue with him?
So, you really want me to speak?
Yeah,
I should keep quiet on
Feel
this
free.
You tear them out.
Feel free.
Oh no,
Okay, so we've been talking about it already.
Yeah.
So what?
But I, to be honest, right? I feel like he pulled the wrong stroke this time around. He just wanted to be in the media space, and he's gotten the attention that he needed, but his way of getting in was not right. People tend to play around and get emotional about legal issues. When it comes to legality, emotions don't come in there. It is legal issues we are dealing with. Once you've signed a contract, materials have been produced and everything.
Are you privy to the details of the contract?
Oh, no. I mean, yes, I'm not privy to the details of the contract. But what I'm saying is, once you've signed contracts with someone, right, that we are going to do this job. And yesterday, all over social media, I was in a space where the legal counsel for the Ground Up came to give like details of what happened. After that, a group of entertainment heads also had a space on WhatsApp and everything. And you realize that pretty much nobody was on his side. Because it looks like you see, you sign a contract. Initially, it was 60-40. You go back, you come back, you say, no, you want 50-50. You are granted that. All materials that were produced around that time is owned by the label. If you want to use it, it's just like copyright. Go back there and go seek permission to use it. You don't just take it because it's your image and then think you can use it anytime.
Could it be that he signed that particular contract without any lawyer?
So that was where
go through the terms and conditions of
Could be.
That was where I was going to come
contract. 12.
If you are familiar with the ground up movement when it started, I mean, it got introduced to us through Kwesi Arthur. If you hear ground up Charlie, you know it's Kwesi Arthur and ground up. So allegedly, he went into a contract with ground up, and then the duration is up. But while signing the contracts, some images belonging to Kwesi Arthur were also given out to ground up. So the thing now is that you are no more with ground up. That is all right. But those images that fall within the contracts of ground up, you are not supposed to use them.
Wow.
So you can take new images of yourself to use as artwork for your new music, promote your song, new videos and all that.
Well, that's a problem.
But anything that you willingly gave away through contract to ground up some years back, you have no access to them anymore.
Okay, good. But you two are in the entertainment space. Let me ask you this. What I'm hearing is image and likeness, right?
Yeah.
That has been signed.
Yeah.
So can he still do music and still put it out there?
Yes.
He's even done music after leaving the label.
He did Real Thing with Kim Promise last year.
And he's released
He's done Fefe Nefe.
Yeah, he's done a
lot of things.
He's done
a lot of things with after leaving them.
And he can get money.
Yeah.
Yes,
he can make his money.
He can work his
You
money.
see, it is the way he couched the statement.
Yeah.
That if anything happens to me and my family, hold this person responsible. That is what is
For
getting
that,
a lot of people angry.
no, for
about
that,
the whole
I
thing.
think we can't confirm yet because he hasn't given proof. The ground up.
When you say proof, how do you mean?
No, he didn't show us evidence that proves that he's being emotionally threatened and all that.
No, what I'm saying is it is the way he went about
The message.
Do you get? Because at the end of the day, you said, so what it sounded like was, they don't want me, they are trying to block me from putting out my work as though the contract is still binding you from putting out new works.
From what I'm getting from the two of you, so is it that he can take new pictures?
He can
And
take
go,
new
he
pictures.
can go ahead and do new music, use new photos.
take new pictures,
But,
everything.
okay, this is the cover art that's caused the whole controversy.
Okay.
So these are photos taken of him during the time he was underground up.
Oh, okay.
And then there was a promo video as well. There were old videos shot underground up in the promo video. Now the problem is that do not use any of these photos and videos because they do not belong to you.
So it's like your old self.
Yeah.
Okay.
Abandon your old self.
Yeah.
Take a new leaf.
You can take on a
Yeah.
new. Nobody. So right now he can take new pictures and post and use it for cover art
Yeah.
and everything.
Yeah.
Nobody is going to question him. But the old images and old pictures
That he willingly gave away through contract to ground up. He
So
can't use them anymore.
That's something.
But
that
why
we
does
need
he
to come
really
to.
want the old?
I mean,
Well, maybe it actually means something to him, and the title of his what is called Redemption.
Yeah, Redemption
So,
Value.
yeah, so
So where he's
probably,
starting from.
yeah,
But-
so probably it could be all part of the storytelling.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he's an artist, and probably there's a
He will get
storyline.
someone to draw him.
There's a storyline to it. So maybe you need old pictures, and
Yeah.
some of those old pictures were taken at that time. So it's you can't take an old picture today.
It's true though.
And then it's also happening at a time where people are really hungry for the old Kwesi Arthur, the shirtless Kwesi Arthur, the Gary Soko's Kwesi Arthur, and all that. But one other thing we are all shying away from is the fact that up and coming artists, first of all, should be very educated. If you cannot read and understand the terms in a particular contract, get a lawyer. Because I think if he knew that he was not supposed to use these images, he wouldn't have made that mistake.
You were young and people don't want to sign.
No, I understand that,
I can
but
tell you that he knew.
Just
no, I'm not
just
sure.
30 seconds
I'm
on
not
I
sure.
Show Speed. He's in Benin. When is he come together?
As of now, we don't know. But then I got to
2
know the
days.
fact that his team are already in Ghana.
Oh, okay.
His team, they're already in Ghana. So I mean, we are still waiting
I
for
think they
him.
arrived yesterday. The team arrived yesterday.
Not all the team, half of the team.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's fine. Our time
By
is up.
a good number of the team arrived.
Yeah.
Our time is up. Our time is up.
Oh,
So-
Charlie, you don't want us to talk about what you did to Pella?
Enjoy your weekend. I am Philip Milate.
My name is Chris Carter.
Many thanks for watching Channel 1
Oh.
TV, and we'll see you
Oh,
again.
Charlie, what I speed did to Pella, you don't talk about.